I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, welcome everybody to the York County Board of Commissioners meeting for March 19th. Roll call, please.
Gross.
Present.
Bear.
Present.
Ott.
Yes.
Sykes.
Present.
And Obermeyer.
Present. Open meetings law is posted on the south side of our chambers, is in the hallway outside of our chambers. It is also on our website. Proof of publication for the meeting was in the News Times March 14th. It is also publicized on our website. Next up, we need to review and approve the minutes of our March 5th Board of Commissioner meeting.
Move to approve.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call.
Gross.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Ott.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Obermeyer.
Yes, and adopt today's agenda.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Stan.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Bear.
Yes.
Ott.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Gross.
Yes.
And Obermeyer.
Yes. Officials forum. Gonna let Harvey go first, huh? Okay.
Good morning,
Morning, Hart.
everyone.
Morning.
Not much to report, other than we're hauling gravel in. We are blading the roads and crack sealing on Road D up there and putting mastic on there. They will run out of mastic probably today. I have another load coming in. We have the melters until April 1st, and if that load comes in and the weather works for us next week, I'd like to get Road D all done and sealed up with that mastic is what I would like to do. Other than that, we're doing I started bridge inspection for March yesterday. Got it scheduled for April and May, and then I take a break all summer long. So, anyhow, that is kind of where we are with the road department at this point in time.
And as we talked just briefly ahead of time, are we gonna touch base? Because I know we had some, bridges that were gonna be under construction. Are we gonna touch base with them and see?
Yes.
Because I know they gave us a range, but we're right in that, obviously, that range
Right.
now too, so.
Well, and where they weren't capital improvement, I told them they had a longer window is what it amounted to, because when we was talking a range in there, we was talking about them being capital improvement, but we aren't using them for that, so.
They'll probably show up when all these fog days start showing up and all this precipitation is coming.
Of course, and of course, where those bridges are, it's gonna be a longer detour, because the road to the north and the road to the south is dirt. So they're gonna have to go 2 miles to get around that, is what it amounts to, but
Okay,
it'll be much better when they are done.
thank you, Harvey.
You bet.
Anybody have any questions of Harv, I guess? Okay. Good morning.
Morning. I am here this morning to introduce Chandra Noose, as she will be taking over my position as Director of General Assistance upon my leaving next week.
And she has been with us
She's been with us for a year.
already, so she's just gonna take over the general assistance along with the deputy.
Sherilyn will cover that, so I'm just here covering General Assistance.
Okay, all right. Well, welcome to this part of it.
Any questions?
Thankfully, there
Yeah.
hasn't been very many.
There hasn't been very many. I mean, I've been doing this for almost 9 years, and
It's been slower this last year.
it has been slower this year.
So when we do get one, we'll walk you through it best we can down here.
Thank you.
It'll be fine. Okay, well, welcome. Any other questions? Thank you. Have a good day. Any other? Don't see any other. Okay, public comment. At this point in time, public can step forward, have a couple minutes at the mic if they would like to comment on anything.
I'll get us.
Good morning, Dustin.
Good morning, Dustin Marvel on behalf of OPPD. wanted to take a moment here this morning to touch on a couple topics and go backs. So first, an update on a commitment made to this board. During our March 5th meeting, you heard from our CEO, Javier Fernandez, and we heard your concerns regarding OPPD maybe owning and operating K-Junction Solar as opposed to a private developer. And so we recognize that. And so on behalf of OPPD, I really want to reassure you that our intent is, in fact, to transfer to a private developer. Our president and CEO, Javier Fernandez, communicated that to you there on March 5th. That decision actually does fall within authority granted to Javier through Board Resolution 6582, which was passed last August. So in addition to that, though, during today's OPPD committee's meeting, we will actually it'll actually be on the agenda and be discussed. And I expect here within the next couple of days to be able to provide you with that letter that was discussed, signed by both Javier Fernandez, our CEO, as well as Eric Williams, our board chair. And so really that is intended to display and explain our intent to transfer to a private developer. So those millions of dollars that we've always been talking about really do matter as much to us as they do to you. And we want to really reassure you that those things are still intact and really follow the intent that we plan for development. Secondly, I know we've heard a lot here at public comment in different times about the land here in York County. We understand that the vast farmland here is cherished by many, and we really want to remain respectful of that. And the way to do that is to really figure out how we adapt to producing electricity on this land just as much. So in that vein, really, the setbacks that you determine go to land stewardship, right? So engineering analysis shows that a 330-foot setback represents about 20 acres of idle land, that land that setback impacts. A 660-foot setback represents about 40 acres of land that becomes dormant. And then this unreasonable 2,640 acre setback literally represents all 160 acres of a quarter section. So it entirely wipes out an entire section from being able to be developed and utilized. That is highly inefficient, right? So every acre that's removed because of a setback represents the inefficient use of land and really erodes that landowner's rights to do with what they would like with their property. So I encourage you today, as you're discussing zoning setbacks and regulations, to recognize that and compromise amongst one another and recognize those landowners that I sit here representing, as well as the ability as a business to operate, right? We remain committed to that transparent communication and really look forward to working with everybody here as we compromise moving forward, as we know that Nebraskans like to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Dustin. Anybody else at this time? Morning, Kurt.
Morning, sir. How you doing? Ready?
Fine, thank you.
Commissioner, Chair Overmeyer, Commissioners. My name is Curtis Junt. I'm from Bismarck, North Dakota, and I have been intricately involved in trying to help landowners in this CO2 pipeline, what I want to call a boondoggle. I come from the natural gas industry, 42 years coming up here June. Very passionate about natural gas. CO2 pipeline, it's a totally different animal. It is not natural gas. Emergency response, safety, pipeline, you know, it's been used over and over again by the developers and a lot of other folks that are proponents of the CO2 pipeline gold rush, and that's, you know, pipelines are the safest way to move products. I've said that my whole career. It's true. But never in my wildest dreams did I ever think that I would be involved as an engineer in the oil and gas industry dealing with fossil fuel, with CO2. And I'm dealing with it from the standpoint of trying to help protect landowners. You have a situation going on here that's somewhat unusual to what we've been dealing with in North Dakota with the brand new proposed pipeline. You've got a company, and I'm very familiar with Tallgrass Trailblazer. I remember after I started in the industry when that came into service. So with the difficulties that the CO2 pipeline industry developers are having proposing new CO2 pipelines, somebody had an epiphany and decided, hey, we can take this one out of service, move that natural gas to the parallel pipeline that runs right alongside it. We'll spend, I don't know, hundreds of millions of dollars. I think the number's $800+ million to then route that natural gas from Trailblazer up to Tallgrass. We'll apply to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission to abandon that Trailblazer section and get approval to be able to divert that natural gas going through Trailblazer for its customers. There's like 20 customers, laterals that'll have to be built. They're gonna divert the gas as it comes from Colorado up from Trailblazer in. It's a big investment. So I read through a good part of the FERC order. And FERC said, we will approve this abandonment on these conditions that the customers that are being served by Trailblazer, the natural gas part of this, will not be adversely impacted in their rates or level of service. So I guess they were convinced that that was the case. Because Tallgrass, Trailblazer said, nope, the rates won't be impacted. So they got it all done, they approved the abandonment, and they turned over anything that happens to that section of pipeline to PHMSA. PHMSA is the Pipeline Hazardous Safety Administration. PHMSA rules are under, they're reworking their rules. They started about 18 months ago. After the Satartia, Mississippi incident, which you can all Google, happened February 24th of 2020. And then PHMSA announced on May 22nd of 2022 that they're going to rework the rules because it's apparent that there's going to be a rush to build a lot more CO2 pipelines. We only have, over the 40 years they started, about 5,400 miles, and that's been all for enhanced oil recovery, pretty much running in rural areas. Now we have companies proposing 2,000, 2,200 miles, and what I'm dealing with coming up through North Dakota is the end of the line, so it's 24-inch pipeline, 2,200 PSI, gonna move and inject into the ground 40 some miles northwest of Bismarck, so we're dealing with the reservoir part of it too. Some 18 million tons a year of CO2. We're talking about 2,200 PSI CO2 in the Trailblazer pipeline. I think that line is either an 8 or 12 inch. They won't be moving it in supercritical phase. To get supercritical, you're over 1,070 PSI. I don't believe the maximum allowable operating pressure of a natural gas pipeline Trailblazer is high enough to get much probably above maybe 1,100, 1,200 PSI. So they may be in supercritical dense phase, but I'm not totally sure of that because I've been able to find what the MAOP is of that existing line. Nevertheless, FERC handed off the safety and what happens to that pipeline, they're out of it. And now the question is, and that's what was so clever about this, who regulates what happens to it after that? I mean, the state of Nebraska, the counties. I implore you all to make sure that you, in your decision process and that you protect your landowner constituents and everybody, to make sure that you look out for their health, their safety, and their economic well-being. I personally would never want to live anywhere close to a CO2 pipeline. I got involved because the proposed Summit one, less than 3 miles from our rural Burley County home. Then they did reroute it so it got a little bit further away. But that didn't take me out of helping landowners who we've met, made dozens upon dozens of friends, and sat and listened to their stories about, oh my God, you know, I can't get insurance. If there's an incident, if my tractor sinks down and hits this pipeline, puts pressure on it and breaks at a weld, first of all, they'll be gone. They won't even have to care because they'll be deceased. Because at 4%, we breathe 0.03 to 0.05% CO2 by volume. So take 0.04% as an average. At 4% of CO2, you will become disoriented, you'll have headaches, you're gonna eventually get very sleepy. As you move from 4% to 8%, at 8% CO2 by volume, 8%. So if a farmer has a 12-wheel tractor, and they've happened in North Dakota, and not that many years ago, sink down 4 feet, put pressure on that pipeline that's buried 3 to 4 feet to top a pipe, and it'll break at a weld. First of all, he's gone, he's not gonna care about what happens after, but his family's going to care. And that plume is gonna move a long, long ways. At 8%, you have minutes to be rescued. Anything above 8%, death is pretty much 8% and higher, death is imminent. This is extremely concerning, and the developers of all the CO2 pipeline rush, gold rush, are telling all the commissioners, all the regulators, there's methane, natural gas pipelines running all over. You got oil, we got product lines running north of our city and in our county. You know, this is not much different. Oh yes, it is different. This is CO2. And this all problem started some way up the ladder. It's absolutely insane that we're doing this. We're capturing CO2 that all your corn crops need to grow. And it's gonna affect yields on corn. We need it for growing grasses for all your cattle. Being you are such a cattle corn state, sucking all the CO2 emissions out of the air is gonna impact what you all have known to be the breadbasket of your state. But the health and safety and the economic well-being of your landowners having a CO2 pipeline, there's no economic detriment having a natural gas pipeline on most people's lands. It's a public convenience and necessity. They all need it. We all need natural gas. People understand that. We've been building natural gas transmission lines for 130 years. Emergency response is well known. Another thing that you have to really make sure that you are protected and your citizenry, your taxpayers do not end up getting stuck with the bill for the specialized emergency response equipment, and it is specialized. Your internal combustion engines will not run. I mean, if I'm dead at 8%, I know diesels can probably handle a little more higher CO2 concentration because they're turbo, they're different than a spark ignited internal combustion engine. But those diesels are not gonna run into a cloud, nor any internal combustion rescue. There's gonna have to be, they're gonna have to be able to carry a lot more tanks and self-contained breathing apparatus to respond to a CO2 pipeline leak. CO2 lays to the ground like water vapor fog, 1.5 times heavier than air. It's an asphyxiant, death imminent at 8%. You need to make sure that you as a county do not get stuck having to buy specialized electric operating vehicles or retrofit your internal combustion engines if there's technology out there to have it, you know, flip off incoming air and run on oxygenated tanks or something. That sounds pretty expensive too. But all this equipment you're gonna need a place to store it. You're probably gonna have some staff and training. And another thing, not only the equipment, but the emergency response training that you need to make sure happens doesn't just start and end with you all and your fire and rescue people. Law enforcement, all your citizenry, every person, it has to be ongoing, has to be trained on what to do, and there needs to be an alarm system if the dispatchers running the CO2 pipeline see a pressure drop and they start shutting actuated valves. There needs to be an immediate alarm sent out, like we get on our phone when there's an Amber Alert or something. And then not only do your fire rescue need to know what to do, what about all your building managers? They need to be able to, and people, they need to shelter in place, close all their windows, people in their cars, stay in your car, close your incoming air, make sure your windows are up, and pray to God you're gonna be rescued before you run out of oxygen inside that vehicle. Stay in your house, close your windows, building managers, shut your air handlers off, and this has to be ongoing training. So all we ever been hearing about from Summit Carbon Solutions is we'll train your emergency response people. But I've actually sat with the fire people in Bismarck-Burley County and told them you're gonna need, it's millions plus dollars worth of specialized equipment. You're gonna need a building to store it. And the training can't just start with the 15 people I was in the room with that day. I said, you have to train the society. But what these people are saying is once we get our permit and we start construction, we'll start training. You know why they want that? Because there's gonna be a lot of citizens when they start the training going, how in the hell did we let this happen? How did they let this happen? You mean what? Shelter in place? What? You mean what about the kids on the playground? And that plume over 8% comes over them, boop, down. Guess what the response is gonna be by the school teachers when they see them laying down? They're gonna run out, they're gone. No different than if kids drop into a river, and we live by the Missouri River, and you know the Missouri River here too, it runs fast at times. What happens? Parents jump in, they drown. Then someone else jumps in, they drown. So people have to know what to do.
Final thoughts, Kurt.
Final thoughts?
You come a long way, I understand that.
Okay, so
but if
my plea to you all is to make sure you protect your county, you protect your landowners, because there is an economic, financial detriment potentially to land values living close, not just the pipeline that crosses the land. And this is any asset that's across land, any kind of pipeline or any asset, it could potentially have a detrimental value to the value of the land, but also the neighbors. So that's all I have to say. Any
Good, thank you.
questions?
This isn't a Q&A time, but thank
Okay,
you for,
all right.
for your comments today.
You bet.
Anybody else from the public this morning? Morning, name and address if you would for the record,
Brent
please.
Luce, Hazard, Nebraska. I'm sure everybody knows exactly where Hazard is in Sherman County. Thank you, commissioners, for the opportunity to speak and following the Open Meetings Act posted on your wall. I do appreciate that. I had a very interesting day yesterday in York. Something happened at the high school that I'm going to talk about and think about for quite a while. I had the opportunity to visit with 4 classes yesterday afternoon. And I asked this group of students, how many of you are in favor of subsidies? Almost every student raised their hand. And then I asked them why. And they went around the room and they said, because it helps. It helps people, it helps things. I had one that said, what is a subsidy? That was a great opportunity. I got to explain that. And then I shared with them the debt clock. $37 trillion, if that's what our debt is. I don't really know what a trillion is, but if that's what our debt is, I know that we have 330 million Americans. And I shared with them that each one of them in that room, including us, currently owe the federal government $105,000. Every baby born today, automatically at this moment, owes the federal government $105,000. I re-asked the question, how many of you think that a subsidy is a good idea? 4 raised their hand. They never thought about it in that respect. So what does subsidy have to do with this conversation? I have to applaud the York County Commission. County commissioners voted to issue a resolution opposing the National Heritage Area and 30 by 30. That was a good deal. Thank you for that. On January 27th, 2021, when Joe Biden signed Executive Order 14008, which is what we affectionately call 30 by 30, I went on a tour and I spoke in 42 states about 30 by 30. Which ultimately says, section 5 on page 46, set of a 57-page report, by the way, 57-page executive order, says that by 2030, 30% of the land and the water will be returned to its natural state. What does that mean? That means in York County, if we return the water to its natural state, the county that irrigates more agricultural land to produce food to feed people and produce fuel through ethanol and produce everything that agriculture produces will no longer be able to irrigate their crops. You saw the writing on the wall. You indicated that we're opposed to that. But in the other 56 pages of the 30 by 30 Executive Order 14008, is talking about how we are going to end the use of petroleum. 1 gallon of diesel fuel replaces 500 man-hours of food labor production. If we end the petroleum business, what does that mean for mankind? What does it mean for agriculture? What does it mean for the people of York County? What we're dealing with right now at the county level is an attempt to remove your authority to say what is best for York County. Nothing is more important, granted to us by the Constitution, that we have the ability to make these decisions at the local level. So then it comes back to, in my 42 states, I'm talking about being a zealot for property rights. There's nothing more important than the county commission preserving the property rights of me as a landowner. Except your property rights on your property fails when I have to pay for what you're doing on your property. And if it were not for subsidies, no wind, no solar, no CO2 pipeline would go into place. We are incurring a debt that our grandkids cannot afford. So as a zealot for property rights, I say that when you do what you want to on your property with your dollar, that's the right thing. You, as commissioners, are in a very important position to have the foresight to say, we see what Executive Order 14008 was all about. It wasn't just about protecting 30% of the land and water in York County. It was about restructuring the wealth, because the guy who's becoming wealthy at the hands of solar and wind development and CO2 pipelines lives in downtown Omaha, and his company, Berkshire Hathaway, received $3.5 billion in wind subsidies alone in the calendar year 2023. You have the opportunity to say, we can see the forest for the trees from this bench right here and the York County Commissioners, and it must remain the most important part of our representative republic. Thank you.
Thanks, Trent. Anybody else from the public this morning? Willard?
Willard Peterson, Bradshaw Township. In specific regards to one of the things on your agenda coming up, which is you talking about specifics on, specifics, nitty gritty on the zoning for solar. And just something I thought about, and actually I read it somewhere else too, was the fact of what do we call a solar, what is the general term for a solar installation? It's a solar farm, right? Isn't that the usual term? I know it's not question and answer, just think about it. It's called a solar farm, okay? We farm here in York County, okay? So what is a farm? What's the one thing a farm has to have, no matter what, in order to work? Don't say soil, don't say water. What's the most important thing? It's that yellow thing up in the air that we see once in a while, the sun. So, agricultural people growing crops are using the sun to make a living. People that choose to put up a solar farm, no matter what reason, they are what? They are farming the sun. They're getting a product from the sun shining on their ground. And in certain ways, it's the same thing. We just haven't done it that way. Now, I understand following the money, going back to whoever and whoever's making money and so forth. Well, from what I know, farmers are in the business to try to make some money. Simple as that. Okay, now specifically to zoning. This is I think it's about the last page. This is the summary of the setbacks of zoning from what I've read in the rest of the zoning stuff. I don't have a tremendous opinion one way or the other, but with the specific solar setbacks, by listening, now this is going to sound like I'm bad-mouthing the zoning commission, and I'm bad-mouthing you, I'm bad-mouthing everybody. That's not what it's about. It's about what's fair, what somebody decides to do on their property, just like you heard. It's what they decide, and to look at both sides, and you guys are trying to make things, quote, fair for both sides. To me, these setbacks are designed to make sure a solar project cannot happen. So my last comment and thought is, when you're thinking about what the setbacks should be, a little fractions lesson. This is the setbacks. How much of this paper do I hold in my hand? Half, right? In my opinion, the setbacks, if you cut them in half, that makes it protects the people who don't want this project some. It also protects the people that are choosing to farm that sun in a different way. Again, no matter where the money's coming from or who's the final recipient or whatever, and I could go on a long time about stuff being produced in York County should stay in York County, which is one of the arguments that's been with the solar, or with solar energy, it's going out of the county. Then if that can't go out of the county, then possibly all the agricultural products in York County should probably stay in York County because we don't want to share it with anybody else. It's just another way to think about it. That's all it is. Whether I'm for or against solar is beside the point. Thank you.
Thank you, Willard. Morning, Gene.
Morning. Gene Jackson, Hayes Township. I want to take exception with Mr. Marvel's statement about non-productive land. All of that ground in York County right now in Hayes Township is very productive ground, producing products for York County. If you change the setbacks, it will only be productive for Omaha Public Power District. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. Is there more for public comment? Okay, seeing nobody else get up, we're gonna move the schedule around just a little bit. I'd ask, I think Rex is back there. We'll go ahead and get you taken care of next. Discuss and act on surveyor contract. If you wanna come forward, Rex, everybody, we have three bids in front of us. I had asked Rex about an opinion on one of them so we can continue to provide the surveying that we need to provide. Had you looked through all of those?
I never got your email.
You did not get Berlin's?
No.
Okay. Can we print a copy of Berlin's off? Do you have it? You got JEO's?
Yes.
And you got Chris Hayes's?
Yes.
Okay. Basically, Rex being the elected official, continue on in that capacity, but we need somebody to be able to go out and do the on-site work. And we need to kind of figure that out because as spring gets going, I assume that there's already demands or requests or.
Get a request from Berlin for some corners southeast of Waco. She's trying to do a survey there, and the north quarter corner and the northwest corner of the section she can't find, so.
Okay. Little difference here would be the fact that in time past, Rex would have the county take the equipment out to the site and Rex would operate the equipment and do that. Now we would have to supply somebody to go out there and do that for a different surveyor. So it kind of changes that aspect just a little bit. But we had three of them, one from JEO, one from Chris Hayes, and one for Berlin Bolte, right? Berlin Bolte. Anybody have any questions of Rex while he's sitting here?
You want me to introduce myself and the address?
You can, yeah, that'd be great.
Rex Hayden, Waco, Nebraska, 402 Strickler Street.
For the most part, I think the proposals that came before us were fairly similar and fairly close, and there was a little fluctuation in some hourly rates.
Right, pretty close, so.
Right, yeah. None of them were way different.
And obviously the budget, the surveyor's budget, we're gonna have to come up with some replacement funds, or we're gonna have to transfer budget authority when it comes down to it, depending on how much we actually have to use. I guess one of my train of thoughts was that we actually, barring the elected official's opinion, we actually accept all three, not knowing their timing, their schedule. We may need something a little bit more in a hurry, they can't get to it, and then we could kind of go that route. I don't know what you think about that, Rex.
Yeah, that's fine. That's the,
Because could you pick one and say I'd just as soon use one over the other three?
no, I think they're all three capable. So I noticed in Chris Hayes's, he's also the county surveyor for, I think, 5 or 6 other counties, so I'm sure he's gonna have a workload for his other counties. And I'm not real sure how to advise you, if you wanna speak with them individually, if you have questions for them, as far as how they can get here, but, as far as one over the other, I think they're all capable. So, it might be some advantage to using, Brian Floral from Seward County. He basically works for JEO. And so when him and I were personally talking, that he expressed that the billing would probably go through JEO's office too. As far as what he'll do, what his man hours is, he'll submit to the company, and then they would be the one that would submit the bill. So, whether that's better or worse, I don't know.
Okay. Any comments? Any other comments?
What's JEO?
Oh, excuse me. It's Johnson Erickson O'Brien. It's an engineering surveying firm. They have main offices in Wahoo, but they have offices in Lincoln, Grand Island, Hastings, and.
Okay. Thank you.
I personally worked with both these, it worked out really well.
Yeah.
So, they're all good problems.
Well, that's why I wonder if we just don't accept all, and then, through the contact, we can figure out who we can get the work done, and maybe lean one way, but at least we accept all three bids, and that'll get us to the end of this year. And then as we look at our budget again, then we can add, more into the surveyor's budget or whatever we think we're gonna have to do for the next year.
Sure.
Does that sound okay to you, Rex? I mean, does most of the contacts come through you, or do they go through the roads department?
They'll contact me, to request a corner.
Okay.
I know that'd be like January, the Perennial Public Power contacted me about some corners on the South County line. And I started working on that, but I kind of wanted to go back because I found a monument from 1935, but I couldn't find the corner from 1880. So, but there was some stuff I wanted to go back and look at there, but yeah. And as far as other projects that I was working on, this was the Henderson spurs from Henderson north to Highway 34. I had pre-construction ties for all the corners, and they didn't finish the project, or at least I didn't hear from the Department of Transportation that the project was completed enough that I could start putting corners back in yet.
Okay.
So that project is still out there. I still have all my construction stuff ties to put the corners back with, but there's odds and ends of things that want to do before corners start getting put back, so.
And of course, everything will have to be coordinated through the roads department if we have to start, doing that too, and when it's available and stuff like that, so.
Yeah, one comment I guess for me about that is Harvey let me get into the backhoe yesterday to see if I thought I could operate it. And I feel like I can, but as Harvey pointed out to me that I would need a valid driver's license to be able to road the equipment
Right.
to where the project's at, and as of yet, that left arm is white, and I haven't gone back to Madonna to be tested to get a driver's license back yet, so.
Okay. So went fairly well yesterday then.
I thought so, that we didn't start, the tractor wouldn't start, so couldn't actually attempt to physically use it, but I could move the controls and everything like I did for the past 30-some years, so.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Well, I think, guys, then, if everybody's in agreement, I'd accept a motion to accept all three, and then we can kind of schedule when we have work, and I think in all fairness, spread it out too, not just hone in on one, but in all fairness, kind of spread it out.
Right, it's nice that we have a local bid that,
Absolutely.
Can probably help us out on, but I think it's important to, like you said, go ahead and accept them all, especially since they're all within that same range, so that if one isn't available, we have the option to work out with others.
And you'll still be the point guy on that, and if anything changes, let us know so we can adopt.
I can still do the research for them, so they don't have to come to the courthouse and
Sure.
do the research. About the only thing that I haven't been able to do, and I guess if the commissioners would accept the check back from me, I'll return my wages for the last 4 months, but
That's part of that elected official thing, Rex.
it's still, you don't get paid for not doing anything, so.
Talk to the state senators about that, Rex. Okay, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Stan. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Sykes,
Yes.
Bear,
Yes.
Rhodes,
Yes.
Ott,
Yes.
Hobart.
Yes, thanks, Rex. I think Nancy's standing up at the back of the room there, so I think it's time to go.
No, she's okay.
Okay, all right.
Yeah. So, and like I said, I'll continue to do the stuff as much as I can. I was
Okay.
back in the first part of March and we're starting to file survey records again, but it's hard for me to pick up those big books with one hand, so fortunately, daughter came in and she was lifting the books and I could get my filings done, so.
Okay. We will talk again, but I'd say if we have some stuff to do, you got the authority now to continue and then bring those bills forward and we'll take care of them.
Okay,
All right?
okay,
All right, thank you.
yep, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, there is no general assistance today. I will reserve the right for an executive session towards the end of our meetings today on a personnel issue. So the next step would be payroll and vendor claims. There is one additional claim, and that is for Lincoln Creek Electric in the amount of $1,397.12. And that, I believe, comes out of the roads department. Yep, the 0300 fund, it comes out of there. So we do have that additional, I think that one just got missed.
We did talk to Harvey this morning. There is one in there for Lincoln Creek and this additional, just finishing up, working on the Benedict building, wiring in some generators, getting the office.
That was the
wired,
Lincoln
so,
Creek.
yeah,
That's what that's for.
yeah.
Okay, was there any other questions of any of the other payroll vendor? You'll see vendor.
Just a couple things that I might point out. I'm sure that we've noticed data processing, and then the other fund, the LATCF fund, where we're taking some technology funds out of, fairly significant this time around. There was a bill for some antivirus and spam blocking software for a server. Well, it first came through, and then after it was a number that caught my eye, and talking to Mary and the vendor, we found that number wasn't, in my mind, it was all for a server that we're soon going to sunset, but it was explained that actually is about half of that covers all of the courthouse for each computer, antivirus for all of that. So, so that helps in my mind to justify making that payment. I do want to reiterate, and Leroy and I will work on an email to get out to the whole of the county at budget time. We talked about having all of the technology hardware come out of the LATCF fund, which is a fund that would fall under the purview of the commissioners. And it was asked that anybody that wanted to purchase those hardware type items, computers, printers, etc., that they would reach out to the board liaisons on the tech committee. We've gotten a little bit lax in that, and we went ahead and made those purchases and approved those purchases. But I think as we finish out this budget year, it's going to be important that if there are technology hardware needs, that Leroy and I know about that prior to the purchase actually being made, so that we can correctly make sure that we're using those funds the way that we should be. So Leroy and I'll word an email and get that out to the staff.
I think that's something, Daniel, as we prepare, which we're only a month and a half away from having our first budget meeting. I think we'll ask, everybody's got to have an inventory of everything, and that way we can make an educated decision, because you know that fund, even though the fund looks better than it is, we're really getting lower on what's the budget authority in that fund. So we really need to have a list of an inventory, that way we can work off of that. I think there are some surprises. And then we did add to it too. You know, changing the phone system costs a little bit more than what we expected to, so. Is there did anybody see anything else in the vendor claims that caught their eye, or they want an explanation on, other than the norm?
The county jail, there's a $3,500 thing from the York County Highway Department. How does that work? Equipment.
I believe that's probably transportation, fuel. And so that's refunding, basically. So when
They buy the fuel and then you buy it. Okay.
Right. Yep. So if the sheriff's department, the road, the transportation department, jail, they fill up out there at the roads department, and then Ashley sends an inner office bill basically to make the roads department whole.
You got it. Thank you.
If there's no other questions, we entertain a motion to accept with the additional claim.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Hot.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Rhodes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
Overmeyer.
Yes. Okay, next up, we will meet with Glenwood representatives. We got about 10 minutes prior to our board equalization. That should give us enough time, shouldn't
We'll just take 11.
it? Okay.
We can't
All
even.
right. Names, please.
Jennifer Raymond with Glenwood Telecommunications.
And Allison Fritchie.
Again, we're excited to announce that the fiber project project for Sachs Lake area, just to the east of McCool Junction. We're within just a few weeks of starting that project. Again, this was funding for this project is on behalf of Glenwood and the Nebraska Broadband Bridge Program grant through the Nebraska Public Service Commission. Last week, we did send out then a notice to the area, the residents in that area that are eligible for fiber. I did send you guys a copy of that just for your records, should you have any inquiries and so forth. We're excited in regards to the contractor that we're working with is Hayden Towers out of Topeka, Kansas. Again, their projected start date is April 1st, and the plan is to be done by the end of May, which we feel if the weather cooperates with us, we should definitely have no issues with that. And it's also nice to know that the workers for Hayden Towers will actually be staying at the hotels here in York and so forth. So we always like, whether it's Glenwood or the contractors we work with, to again invest and stay local and so forth. So they will be staying here in the York community. We also are trying to work out a schedule to meet with the board president of the Sachs Lake area. Again, I think Kelly Pierce is his name and so forth, that we want to meet with him and they want to meet with us as well before construction begins, just to ensure that we're on the same page in regards to honoring their guidelines and so forth for the properties. What am I missing now? Let's see.
There's any questions on that? I think.
Yeah,
Start date,
yeah, start date.
completion
is April
date,
1st.
possibly,
May 23rd or 24th is what it's pegged at.
okay,
They thought they would be able to plow or bore a mile a day, which is actually kind of a very conservative number and so forth. So between a mile and a half is what we're expecting. What else in regards to that current project?
Are there any other questions on that current project?
have you reached out to most of the, obviously, we see this email, but are you doing in-person reaching out?
We will be, but I guess we want to ensure that we want to talk actually with the board president prior to, because
Okay.
again, with that being a gated community in a lot of those areas, we want to work with them first and how we will be able to get in contact and so forth. Right now, it's been through mailings, but we do also try to do door hangers and so forth with providing information on our products and services and so forth.
So you
With
don't,
this being the third round, we have been very successful previously with mailers and door hangers. So we know where we're going, so we'll start with the mailers, meeting with the president, and probably even make phone calls if we need to, just to inform people. But we also don't want them to feel like they have to do this, because it's something that's happening anyways. Of course, we want everyone to take it, but we're not gonna force that on
Exactly.
anybody.
Yeah, and before we're on anybody's property, we will most definitely, our customer service representatives will always coordinate with the landowner in regards to going on property and so forth, so there will be no surprises that way as well. And just again, on a side note, I know our in-house engineer is still working with the county in regards to the county permits and so forth, so obviously we won't be starting the project until we receive those, but it sounds like we're on schedule to be receiving the permits here pretty soon.
Okay.
So we will continue through the process to, again, if there's any changes and so forth, and any type of interaction we do have with the 53 people in that area, we're going to continue to actually just even email and keep you guys abreast of the situation. Again, just so you're aware of what's going on in your county. And then if you have any questions or a question by any of them, again, you're not surprised as well as what we're doing. Okay,
any other questions, guys?
This is right along Sachs Lakes Road.
yes, correct.
I have.
Yep, I was just
So
gonna
the
say.
map you're holding actually is different.
Well,
This is-
that red,
It should,
that red is actually.
The red part, but not the green.
Correct,
Thank you.
yes.
The green is something else we want to touch base on before we step away today.
So hope it doesn't rain down there because you get a lot of rain, that road gets messy.
Yeah, well, and actually, next week, it sounds like Nebraska's
Yeah.
supposed to have a good snowstorm come through, so that'll be something we'll have to deal with. So,
go ahead.
okay, as
Go
far
ahead.
as the next piece of it, the 2024 Nebraska Broadband broadband bridge program is going to have its fourth round. Again, this is $20 million set aside by the Nebraska Public Service Commission. I know we've talked in the past possibly of partnering with York County in regards to, again, seek further funding to expand on the network that we will have in place, or if there's areas in the county that you would be interested in having fiber optic services. I guess we just real quick came up with, we've got that current network that is going to be in place, but the next step in what we've done with past counties is we get that initial network in and then start kind of working off of that and so forth. We would like to, again, put an application in for areas in York County, and I guess we respectively request your consideration in financially partnering with us as well to extend the fiber. Is that something that you might be interested in? Again, I'm not quite sure if you still have ARPA funds, is what other counties have utilized and so forth.
Can you tell them what the match is or what that?
If you stay in the rural areas itself, you actually triple the funds, which is what we had done in this case. However, once you do get within a community's city limits, it goes to a 50-50 match. So again, that's why we're very specific in staying in the rural. However, if there is a community that we would look to go into, we would have a separate application for that, which would be a 50-50.
What, what are the guidelines? What constitutes community?
Community is with,
York being a municipality
correct.
would be that 50-50.
Anything that is incorporated.
Okay.
Is considered.
And our application is also not as strong if we do touch into any communities. So this map that you see in front of you with the green areas shaded, that's kind of our proposed area that we're looking at expanding in this grant that we would apply for in June, that's due by July of this year.
Correct, yes.
So the one that we're working off of right now was money that was handed down through the program, and you know, York County didn't partner in it, but we gave a letter of recommendation to you last year for that. And if I remember right, the number of service houses was in like the 50s.
53.
And the dollar project was maybe 700,000.
The actual project itself, we estimate to be 852,000. So it'll probably hit closer to the 900,000 piece. The actual grant that we received was 639,000 and some odd dollars from the grant and so forth. So again, Glenwood's funds were tripled in regards to our contribution. So again, we will be making up that difference between the 850 and the 639 that we received for the grant, from the grant.
So the estimation on the shaded areas that we're looking at, is that the same size that we're looking at again?
It's approximately the same size, yes. Again, just some numbers to think about is, again, it's a little over 35,000 per mile to actually for the main line. And then again, actually then on average to put a drop to the home from the main line averages about 2,000. So those are again, it's very expensive to put fiber in the ground, but yes, we're kind of looking at the same number of individuals, same number of households in miles and so forth. So I would say anywhere from 800 to $1 million is what we would be looking at for this next grant application. And again, we're going to be looking at unserved homes.
Right.
Again, that's why we feel we were successful this last round is the state and the federal side of things. They're looking to get those unserved homes taken care of first. Again, those are homes that are not able to get 25 meg down and 3 up versus underserved is at 100 by 20, 100 down, 20 up. So again, once they take care of those unserved homes, then they're going to start working into the underserved piece of it. And again, just knowing that anytime there's funds available, either through the state or through the federal government, this is how we're going to get fiber in the ground.
So when you're talking about a partnership with York County, are you talking about a partnership that we would split what we feel like, say, this, you've got 100 and some thousand or maybe 200,000 involved in this project, Are you talking about that type of money again, where we both throw in
Yes.
200,000
Yeah,
or
see, that's-
250,000
And that's what we've done in
apiece?
our last cases with, one was Fillmore County, Thayer County, Phelps County. We each made a contribution, and so our combined contribution is what was used for the application and then tripled.
Okay.
So again, just knowing that obviously the more funds is gonna be, the more miles and the more households we would be able to hit and so forth.
Okay. Any other questions, guys?
As far as then again mentioning the timeline, the application itself for this fourth round now does open here at the middle of June. The deadline for the application is July 8th. So in regards to, again, we ourselves have started to kind of look at areas still within York County. So again, we're getting to a point we probably need to identifying a plan of attack for areas that would be eligible for grant funding and so forth.
Okay. Once again, any other questions? Because we did do our 12 minutes now.
Yeah, that's what yeah, sorry.
The only
I
quick
really
question,
mean that.
I assume that this would be, you know, if we agreed, hey, we wanna do something and we pledged some money to match with you, that then that money would be should we be successful in the grant application, then that's when the funds would be transmitted to.
What we've done again in the past, what we're currently doing with Thayer County,
Sure.
and Fillmore County, there's actually kind of an installment piece.
Okay.
Because again, we receive funds through the Nebraska Public Service Commission also in an installment piece.
Okay.
We've actually have some type of contract that even protects not only Glenwood, but the county itself in regards to, if we're not following through on what we're doing, obviously the county has the right to either not pay on that installment or claw back the funds that have already been contributed.
Sure.
So it's not a upfront,
Sure.
right away, but it is kind of an installment as we progress through the actual construction piece itself into completion.
Perfect.
Okay. Would it be a good idea for representatives of this board and you guys to get together maybe in April sometime? And if we had any other questions, the
You
board
bet.
members could
Are
do
you
that.
thinking outside of one of your
Yes,
regular
yes,
meetings?
yeah,
I think that
Give
might
us a little bit more time
Yeah, and some more
to
privacy
discuss.
to actually look at maps and so forth.
Right, yes.
Yes.
Would that work
Yeah, we
good?
would most, yes. Who should we work with in regards to coordinating?
Just, you have our email, or the clerks or my email, I believe, or
Yes,
all
yes.
of ours. And let's try to coordinate a meeting sometime in April, and
Sounds
then,
perfect.
and then we can talk a little bit more
We'd be
about
more
it.
than happy to bring our crew this direction and sit down with you guys.
Okay,
Okay.
sounds
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, we will need to recess at this point in time for the Board of Commissioners, and we will need to convene as the Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Brooks.
Here.
Bear.
Here.
Odd.
Here.
Sykes.
Yes.
And Overmeyer.
Yes, and open meetings law is posted on the south side of our chambers, is on the wall outside of our chambers, also on the website. Proof of publication was posted in the News Times March 6th, and also on our website. Next up, we need to review and approve the minutes of our February 20th Board of Equalization meeting.
Move to approve the minutes.
Thank you, Stan.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Bear.
Yes.
Brooks.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Odd.
Yes.
And Overmeyer.
Yes, and adopt today's agenda.
So move.
Thank you.
Second.
Here we grab. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Brooks.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Odd.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Overmeyer.
Yes. Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. I'm Kurt Bulgren, York County Assessor, here today to seek action on the permissive exemption applications filed in my office this year. This year is a reapplication year for everyone that's had the permissive exemptions before or seeking a new one. It's years divisible by 4. We did receive quite a bit of them again this year. So I guess with that, we did give notice to the applicants that the hearing was taking place today in this room at this time. Each were sent a letter in that regard. I believe it's also published in the paper too. So guess however you gentlemen would like to proceed with these, we can. If you'd like to just start at the top of the list and read the name and the legal description, we'll start with the approved list or the ones recommended for approval. And if there's any of these that you gentlemen would like to pull out, just please speak up and then we can pull that out. And then once we get to the end, you've been told that by the state that it is okay to make one motion for a big group of them instead of having to do one by one. So, any questions before we start?
So I guess I would ask that as everybody obviously hopefully had the opportunity to look through what the assessor has given us in the application list and he's given us in the approval, and then partial approval are lumped into one. As you've noticed, there's a few partial approvals. And then we have a list of denied. Does anybody want to pull from the one list and add it to the denied first? And there was an updated list that was forwarded last
Weekish,
week,
sometime.
and it was just missing 2 or 3 of them,
Right.
something like that. Everybody comfortable with that? I see head shaking.
I'm fine.
It'll rattle.
Okay, all right. So I guess, Kurt, what I thought was we'd just name them. I don't know if we need to go through, I mean, obviously name and address.
Yeah, however you want to do it.
That should be good.
Okay.
I would think.
Very good. All right, first one's First Congregational Church of Arborville, 7 Arborville Court, I believe, Polk, Nebraska. They've been recommended for approval. Arbor Drive Community Church, 1527 North Blackburn Avenue, York, Nebraska. Arbor Drive Community Church, 1527 North Blackburn Avenue, York, Nebraska. Arbor Drive Community Church, again, 1527 North Blackburn Avenue, York, Nebraska. Arbor Drive Community Church, 1527 North Blackburn Avenue, York, Nebraska. Assembly of God Church of York, Nebraska, 1522 South Grant Avenue, York, Nebraska. Benedict Community Church, 2106 Road H, Benedict, Nebraska. Bethel I'm guessing that means Evangelical Lutheran Church, 800 Northeast Avenue, York, Nebraska. Bethel Evangelical Lutheran Church, 800 Northeast Avenue, York, Nebraska. Bethel Evangelical Lutheran Church, 800 Northeast Avenue, York, Nebraska. Bethesda Mennonite Church, P.O. Box 130, Henderson, Nebraska. Blue Valley Community Action, Inc., 3401 North Lincoln Avenue, York, Nebraska. Blue Valley Community Action, Inc., 3401 North Lincoln Avenue, York, Nebraska. Calvary Bible Church, 1002 Road B, Henderson. Catholic Bishops of Lincoln, this is the Camp Guitari down by Cool Junction, I believe. They give their address, their corporate address there in Lincoln, but this is the one just on the south edge of Cool Junction there. Again, Camp Guitari on the south edge of McCool Junction. Columbus Rescue Mission, Inc., P.O. Box 1604, that's again Columbus, but it's the rescue mission down here on Lincoln Avenue. Community Bible Church of Lushton, 235 Gilbert Lushton Community, Henderson. Council 1708 Building Corporation, Knights of Columbus, P.O. Box 222, York, Nebraska. East Hill Church of Christ, 1225 East 10th Street, York. East Hill Church of Christ, 1225 East 10th, York. East Hill Church of Christ, 1225 East 10th Street, York. East Hill Church of Christ, 1225 East 10th, York. East Hill Church of Christ, 1225 East 10th, York. United Methodist Church, 2208 Road 11, Waco. This would be Ebenezer out in rural Waco. Emmanuel Evangelical Lutheran Church of New York, 806 North Beaver Avenue, New York. Emmanuel Evangelical Lutheran Church, UAC, 806 North Beaver Avenue, York. Anyone have any idea what UAC stands for? Any good Lutherans in here? Okay. Unaltered Augsburg Confession, so it's your trivia for the day. Emmanuel Evangelical Lutheran Church, UAC, 806 North Beaver Avenue, York. Emmanuel Evangelical Lutheran Church, UAC, 806 North Beaver Avenue, York. Evangelical Mennonite Brethren, P.O. Box 396, Henderson. Evangelical Mennonite Brethren Church of Henderson, P.O. Box 396, Henderson. Faith Evangelical Lutheran Church, 1214 North Ohio, York. Evangelical Lutheran Church of McCool Junction, P.O. Box 248, McCool Junction. First Presbyterian Church of York, 414 North Delaware, York. First United Methodist Church of York, 309 East 7th Street, York. First United Methodist Church of York, 309 East 7th Street, York. First United Evangelical Lutheran Church of York, 1211 East 14th Street, York.
Kurt, now on, I believe that's the first one that's portion approved.
Yes, that one they are putting a daycare in, so that's why they have a partial exemption there. So that's just based off the square footage.
And then you just take a percentage and go that way.
Yep, the percentage that's used for worship and everything's exempt, and the daycare, the square footage used for that, but the taxes will be applied to that. For
Thank
worship.
you.
And we've met with them and worked with them on that one, so, thank you. German Evangelical Lutheran Church, St. Peter's Lutheran, 2320A Highway 69 Gresham. Grace Children's Home, P.O. Box 519 Henderson. Grace Children's Mission, P.O. Box 126 Henderson. Great Plains Community York Campus, P.O. Box 186. The mailing address is Goner. This is lots 6 through 10, Block 12, Old Town, City of York, original town, City of York. Greenwood Cemetery Association, 1000 West 8th Street, York. Gresham Community Club, 310 Elm, P.O. Box 161, Gresham, Nebraska. Gresham Community Club, 310 Elm, P.O. Box 161, Gresham. Henderson Healthcare Services, Inc., 1621 Front Street, Henderson. 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 Henderson Healthcare Services, 1621 Front Street, Henderson. Henderson Healthcare Services, Inc., 1621 Front Street, Henderson. Henderson Heritage and Tourism, P.O. Box 336, Henderson. Kilgore Memorial Library Foundation, Inc., 520 North Nebraska Avenue, York. Here's another partial exemption. Life Walk Church of Christ, 214 West 6th Street, Suite 4. They are, it was originally an office building, a church moved in there, bought it. They moved in, so the church is using a portion of it, but they're still renting it out to some tenants to use for offices. So then you can see there's 34% exemption for the church use on that one. Lincoln Lancaster Child Advocacy Center, Rave V Child Advocacy Center. The address is in Lincoln. This is in Lot 4, Block 103, original town, City of York. Sonic Temple Company, P.O. Box 21, York. McCool Junction Community Church, P.O. Box 86, McCool Junction. McCool Junction Community Church, P.O. Box 86, McCool Junction. McCool Junction Iron Horse Station, G518, 1110 Road 2, McCool Junction. McCool Junction Iron Horse Station, G518, 1110 Road 2, McCool Junction. Mennonite Brethren Church, it also operates as the Living Hope Church, P.O. Box 400 Henderson. Mennonite Brethren Church, doing business as Living Hope Church, P.O. Box 400 Henderson. Mennonite Brethren Church, again, Living Heritage Church, P.O. Box 400 Henderson. G Mennonite Brethren Church, doing business as Living Hope Church, P.O. Box 400 Henderson. Ministrios Pentecostes, 515 East 1st Street. Their address is Otter Creek. They are here in York at Lot 133, Block 3, Mansfield Sub, City of York. Masonic Housing Corp. 12, that's Mosaic, 4980 South, well, that the address is for Omaha. It's lots 1 through 3, Block 18, original town, City of York. Again, Mosaic, irregular track 44, 7102, City of York. Mosaic, Lot 1, Block 2, Hearthstone Edition, City of York. Nebraska Evangelical Lutheran School, 203 Kendall, Waco. Nebraska Evangelical Lutheran High 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 School, 203 Kendall, Waco. Nebraska Evangelical Lutheran, 203 Kendall, Waco. Nebraska Evangelical Lutheran High School, 203 Kendall, Waco. Peace Evangelical Lutheran Congregation, P.O. Box 35, Waco. Peace Evangelical Lutheran Congregation, P.O. Box 35, Waco. Pentecostal Church of God, 74 South Nebraska Avenue, York. Presbyterian Church of Gresham, P.O. Box 125, Gresham. Presbyterian Church of Gresham, P.O. Box 125, Gresham. Presbyterian Memorial Foundation, Inc., 414 North Delaware Avenue, York. Region 5 Foundation, it's located in Lot 21, Fairview Drive, City of York. Region 5 Foundation, Lot 5, Block 89, Original Town, City of York. Region 5 Services, Lots 1 and the north 15.6 feet of Lot 2, Block 26, College Edition, City of York. Region 5 Foundation, Lots 9 and 10, Block 33, Original Town, City of York. Region 5 Foundation, Lot 1, Road and Abstract Subdivision, City of York. Region 5 Foundation, Lot 2, Road and Abstract Subdivision, City of York. Region 5 Foundation, west 50 feet of Lot 13 and the east 35 feet of Lot 14, East Ridge Plaza, Second Edition, City of York. Region 5 Foundation, Lot 9 and 10, Block 33, Original Town, City of York. St. Patrick Catholic Church, 428 Northeast Avenue, York. No, that's actually the McCool Junction Church. It's lots 13 through 7, Block 49, Original Town, Village, McCool Junction. St. John Evangelical Lutheran Church of Waco, 1011A Road U, Waco. St. Joseph's Church, 428 East Avenue, York. Trustees of Council's Union Church, P.O. Box 481, York. United Methodist Church of Bradshaw, P.O. Box 52, Bradshaw. United Methodist Church of Bradshaw, P.O. Box 52, Bradshaw. York Adopt-A-Pet, 228 East 5th Street, York. York Adopt-A-Pet, 228 East 5th Street, York. York Evangelical Free Church, 2121 North Delaware Avenue, York. York Congregation of Jehovah's Witnesses, 428 East 18th Street, York. York General Healthcare Services, 2222 North Lincoln Avenue. 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 There are 5 more of those. The York Lodge, number 1024. This is again another partial approval for their meeting area. And that's at 121 West 6th Street. And then York University has a slug of them here. Do you want me to go through each and every one of those?
I don't think you need to, Kurt.
I assume you've all done your due diligence and looked over all of these, so.
You know, it's a myriad of their education buildings and their dormitories and their houses that they own for staff to sleep in.
Yeah, and they're all full approvals, no partial approvals.
Right.
So.
Right. So once again, you know, I ask, does anybody have anything with that vast list of exemptions? And these are done on the divisible years of 4, right? Where they have to fill out the forms again, and then
There's a couple at the end, one at the end.
Oh, yep, Yorkshire Playhouse, you betcha. P.O. Box 413, York.
And then the subsequent other 3 years, then they're just kind of an automatic unless something's changed.
Right, they all have to file a 451A every year. You guys approve these next year, and then 2 years after, they'll file a 451A. Same time frame in December, January, or by December 31st, just stating that they're still using that property for its intended purposes, so. And Mr. Chairman, I don't know if any members from the public came here today to make comments on these as well, so I'm not gonna tell you how to run your meeting, but if you wanna ask anybody, you want to speak to it.
Old habit.
On the permissives.
Right.
And we did not have this listed as a public hearing.
Okay.
But is there anybody here on the approved permissive list? Okay. Gentlemen. Kurt did check with the state, and we are able to do these in one motion. Unless we want to, but once again, unless we want to pull one out of there or multiples out of there. I see none, but
I move to adopt all the approved
thank you, Stan.
exemptions.
Is there a second?
You can be.
Yeah.
I will second.
All right, thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Bear,
Yes.
Sykes,
Yes.
Ott,
Yes.
Gross,
Yes.
and Overmark.
Yes. Okay, next up is the list that would be denied.
Right, and this one, the state also recommended if you're going to be not denying any of them, pick those up individually, that way you can build a record. Because any of these applications that are denied, the folks that did file the application had that appeal period, which a period of time where they can file an appeal. This first one, York University, 1125 East 8th Avenue Street, York. This was an improvement on leased land parcel. For whatever reason, this is, I guess, how they were told how to handle this individual parcel here. We checked into it. We didn't see a reason why we had to have this IOLL anymore. So we took the improvements from this one and added it to another parcel. You can see that parcel number there on the assessor's recommendation line. I talked with the individual at York University. They were fine with it. So we just need to, since they filed it, we just got to go through the motions and clean this up. And
Sorry. It's on the bottom. Okay, very good. Found it now.
So we just need to clean it up. It's been added to another one. We just have to clean it up.
we just got to get rid of
Deny
this deny this application because that parcel doesn't exist anymore.
Okay,
So do you want to just deny York
Makes-
University
yeah,
application, or is there's not really form numbers, but parcel ID number you want?
How about deny the application, permissive exemption application for the IOLL all Block 6 and south half of Block 5, University Edition, City of York, Mackey Center Bookstore on leased land.
So moved.
Second.
thank you. Any questions regarding this? Okay. Roll call.
Gross,
Yes.
Ott,
Yes.
Sykes,
Yes.
Bear,
Yes.
and Overmark.
Yes. Now, let's do these by parcel ID then.
Sure, if you'd like to.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, so the first one I have is parcel identification number 930120884. This is the north half of lot 28 and 40, except part of lot 40, 1405, 3rd edition, City of Henderson. This is owned by the Grace Children's Home. I just received enough information from the Henderson area that leads me to believe that these parcels aren't being used for their intended purposes. I'm being told by numerous people that there aren't children living in these homes, there's people living in these homes that aren't supposed to be living in them, paying rent, which they shouldn't be. They're deriving income off of these. And so that's why I felt like it was time for Grace Children's Home to present to the board of equalization why they feel like these parcels should be exempt.
So is that gonna be on each and every one of these?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
So for the record, let's read in, all the parcel IDs then, if you would, please.
Sure. Okay, again, 930120884, 930120590, 930121074, 930015452, 930121597, 930097238, 930121325, 930092864, 930199256, 930120884, and 930120523.
Okay. And basically the same, not meeting, as you risk, does not meet exemption requirements.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Yep, it's the burden of the taxpayer, of the applicant, I should say, to show why their property should be exempt.
Okay.
And I don't know,
You sent them notice that,
they received notice from my office that that the hearing was today here at this time and that their applications are being recommended for denial.
At this time, does anybody have any questions of the assessor? Okay. Gentlemen, are you representatives of Grace Home? Are you all wanting to speak or just one of you wanting to speak?
I'll certainly speak.
Okay, yeah, if you would then, come to the mic and name and address if you would, please. And then whoever wants to speak can. It doesn't have to just be one. We just want name and address, please.
My name is Mark Danielson. I'm the executive director at Grace Children's Home in Henderson.
Okay.
For the past 5 years. And I live in Henderson. So, I would like to, because we have a lot of properties that have been listed here, I would like to have an opportunity to address each one of those.
Okay.
Prior to doing that, I'd like to make just maybe a general statement to frame, because there is a lot of misunderstanding about what we actually do, because over the years, for almost 80 years, Grace Children's Home has been a residential child placing agency. And because of changing legislation in the state of Nebraska, that mission or that role has changed somewhat. But that explains why there are facilities without children living in them the way that it was in the past. And so Grace Children's Home is operating as a legally registered 501c3 religious exempt organization on record with the state of Nebraska. And our mission is to provide for the nurture, the support, and the care of families and children that are at risk. Between 1839 and 1869, 400,000 people traveled across the Oregon Trail. Today, there are 391,000 foster children in the United States, and they are traveling a trail looking for a better place, looking for a better life. And after spending 22 years in state and federal law enforcement, I've been on the receiving end of and intersecting the lives of those who have come from hard places, and the outcome is never good. Foster care is a symptom of a greater problem. It's not the solution. And the problem isn't found in essentially foster care. The problem is found by traveling upstream and finding out where the source of that problem is. And so ultimately that's what Grace Children's Home has been doing. We are licensed by the state of Nebraska as a child placing agency through the Department of Public Health and the Department of Health and Human Services. And so we license, we support, and we place children in homes. We also handle private placements where people who are not able to handle the behaviors of their children will work with us, and we will help them understand how to deal with the traumatic behaviors that we see prevalent in kids from hard places. But foster care often represents a broader societal issue such as poverty and substance abuse, mental health challenges, and other systemic inequalities. That's the source of the problem. And those underlying factors can lead for environments that are unhealthy for children, which ultimately result in their placement outside of the home because their parents are unable to care for them. Addressing those root causes, and this is where I'm going with this, is it causes a comprehensive and multifaceted strategy. There's no one size fits all to deal with this. Supportive policies to help alleviate poverty is part of it. Enhancing family support services to prevent crises, strengthening community resources. Education is a huge element of this. And intervention programs that can empower families to keep their children together in safety and thus reduce the need for foster care. I'm really not interested in building a foster care empire. I'm interested in seeing positive outcomes. And so we back up and say, what does it take for a child to have a positive outcome? And there's where we begin to intersect the lives of the families that we serve. So what do we do besides licensing and placing children? We provide post-adoptive support. Nebraska in a recent year had the distinction of having the most failed adoptions per capita. Think about that for a second. A child who has lost his parents is placed in a home, and then those parents say, you know what, I didn't sign up for this. And so they give that child back into the system, and that child goes back into circulation. And I have a child in my home right now that has been in 10 placements, 10. And thank God it's the last placement. So we're not willing to sit around and watch this happen, but we're going to intersect the lives of people who have been in those places. Relinquished adoptions have tragic outcomes for kids. Last year, we have embarked, well, for the past 4 years, but last year, we handled over 300 equine therapy sessions. This is a place where we're reducing trauma, teaching kids to connect, teaching kids to have empathic resonance, that is being able to control their own emotions, teaching a kid how to not only trust, but how to connect and attach. The very problems that they have a difficulty doing within a family or a caregiver setting, they can accomplish, and we can work on those and support those through the use of horses. And so a lot of our connection with people has been in that. This year, we're on track to do 500 equine therapy sessions. Yeah, not a lot of kids living in the houses, but 500 sessions with children. We provide short and mid-term housing options for young families with children that fall in the gap between public housing availability and accessibility and affordability. There's a lot of people in our society, and we know that. I mean, you look in the news, and there are people who are unable to afford or secure housing. And here we have a plethora of housing, so we connect people with housing. I don't know where the information came that we charge rent. We've not received $1 single of rent, nor has there ever been a rental contract in the last 5 years on any one of our properties, none. And that is where our participants, or excuse me, occupants, able to make a donation, that's between them and God. We are a charitable organization, and we can receive donations legally under federal and state law. Are they obligated to? Absolutely not. Do they do it every month? No, they don't. That's the reality. We also provide extensive content for trauma-informed, attachment-based training for caregivers and children affected by early childhood trauma. So if you're more than welcome to pull it up right now if you want to navigatingtrauma.com, and you can begin to see what we're doing. And interesting, the Department of Health and Human Services is very interested in the content that we're producing as a way to help people understand how to deal with trauma behaviors in children. That's a difficult one. And so we're helping people understand the nature of trauma, that when we reduce fear, we also reduce maladaptive behaviors. And so equine therapy is a part of that. Also, any way that we can reduce fear in the life of a child, we're also reducing their maladaptive behaviors, which causes them to stay in a placement longer, which gives them a positive outcome, so that law enforcement doesn't deal with them 5 or 10 years down the road, or 2 years down the road. So that's part of the content that we are producing. As a Christian organization, we are committed to identifying and supporting the missing components in the lives of children and families in whatever capacity God enables us to do so. So we simply steward the resources that we're given, just like you. And what is the best way that we can use these resources to intersect the lives of families and children to provide positive outcomes? So how are we, the question then becomes, so how are we using those properties? And I'd be happy to go through each one individually.
Why don't we do that, Mark? We have them as parcel IDs. Can you identify them as
Yes.
parcel IDs?
I can.
Okay, so 9301200884. It is an activity field for children assembled with Grace Home.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will say on this one here, which is really, it should be combined with 9301999256, because both of those parcels make up the same field.
What was the last 4 numbers of that?
9256. One is the north half of the field and the other is the south half of the field.
Well, I know it's gotta be in here. It is the very last one. No, not for me.
Did you find it?
I did not.
Okay.
9256 is the last 4 numbers.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's a field that is used for,
0884. And I'm gonna be, coming here, I will certainly defend the things that we do, but I will also just testify honestly and allow you to make decisions. You are in that position and I respect you and trust you with that. Of all the properties we're talking about today, these two would have probably the least direct connection to the work that we actually do with the children. Okay, those two parcel IDs would have the least. What those fields or that field is used for, it adjoins one of the buildings that we have, and we are simply using it to park equipment and other property that we're using to care for our properties and care for the open part of the field. Are there kids were just playing frisbee out there 2 days ago, and do they use that as an activity field? It is used as an activity field. It is open for kids to play out there if they desire. But that would be the field that those two parcels would be the parcels that are least connected to the mission that we have.
okay.
And I will leave it at that.
On to 9301200590. It is Lot 20, Green Meadow, 2nd Edition, City of Henderson.
205.
20590 are the last 5 numbers.
Oh, okay, yeah. That property is used to house families who serve at Grace Children's Home, who are employed by Grace Children's Home. It has also been used as a property to house 6 foster children, conduct training for parents who care for children diagnosed with early complex childhood trauma, and to care for an adoptive child for the past 5 years. It has also been a place that has been used to build relationships with the biological families of adopted children and foster children, specifically foster children to prevent or to help with reunification. So, but that is a staff housing residence.
And once again, not receiving any income off of that.
No.
That place.
No.
Okay. If it's staff housing, question for Kurt, is it, if income based, would that be part of this scenario too?
It'd have to be part of their income, considered part of their wages, like a parsonage for a church or something like that.
Would
Yeah,
that,
I live there. Yeah.
so it's not where, you know, where I'm going, that's not part of your income, it's just housing it's supplied, it's not
It's-
figured as X amount of dollars per year as your
No,
income.
it is housing that Grace Children's Home supplies for me as being
Okay.
employed, yeah.
On to the next one, it's okay if I use the last 5 numbers,
Yes.
21074.
Okay, this is a complex property. It's referred to oftentimes as the main campus. There are 3 houses that are on this four houses that are on this property, plus a maintenance building. Okay, so, I can address those individually. 1310 or 1320, whichever one has been seen it referred to both, Birch Street, is used as an emergency temporary housing from 2 weeks to 6 months for individuals, families, and employees. The gentleman behind me lived there for 6 months of the last year as an employee of Grace Children's Home. We have also used that for people who are out of housing options to stay for short periods of time. Again, there's never been a penny of rent that's been received for that. We also use that facility to conduct training sessions, so foster parents and adoptive parents will meet and there, because it's a large facility, and have meetings on trauma-informed care. But there is no one living in there at all right now. 1410 Birch Street, which is next there, is used for foster families who are caring for children. For almost a year, we provided the home to a widowed mother of 3 who lost her house in the Lushton tornado the previous year. And if you remember 2 years ago when the weather came through, and we all remember that, she lost her house, tornado hit it in Lushton, and had no place to go, so we gave her rent-free a home in Henderson.
Okay.
And she lived there. Right now, we have a family at risk, a family caring for an at-risk teen, a state ward, who is living in that home. We are not receiving rent for that home. And we are paying utilities on the home. So again, trying to intersect families where there is a risk or a need. Let's support that as we can, as God enables us to. And so that is a family that is living in there at this time. So it's a husband, a wife, a little baby that was just born, and a teenage girl who is a ward of the state. 1416 Birch Street is used as temporary housing right now. There is a young couple with a pregnant mother and a young child living in the home. And they were in a place where they did not have housing and could not afford to buy a home, and again, caught in the gap. And so we said we can provide a home, and we are not renting the home out. There's no rental contract. They're living there. They have made improvements to the home. They put some carpet down and built a little fence around the back for their dog to run around in. But that would be the only gain we've received from that. Also on that property is a building that's being used for a nonprofit daycare. The Henderson Child Development Center, HCDC, uses that property. They reimburse us $300 a month for utilities. I can assure you that that does not cover it, but that's what we get. And children are being cared for, kept safe, and shown the love of God while their parents are working. Again, we see that as an opportunity as part of the equation to empower and people to go to work and earn a wage. We don't receive any money through that, and they're a separate nonprofit corporation that we do not sit on the board, or we do not operate. We simply allow them to use the building. There's also on that property, and this is the final building, is a maintenance building, gymnasium, and that is the workshop. It's like a big round top building, and we keep our supplies and equipment to maintain our facilities in there. The upstairs of that is a gymnasium, that's used by children under supervision, provide a place to play outside, inside, out of the weather, and to develop the skills and teamwork and everything. We also allow people in the community to have access to that. There's a group of ladies playing like pickleball every day, every morning up there. And we receive no compensation for that. They simply play. And that is the final physical property of that.
Of that one?
Description, yeah.
Okay. 15452.
Okay, this is another large property. This includes a residence, a field, and if you're ready for this, half of a house.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't draw the property lines. I just simply look on the map. So this is half of a house.
Residence for one of your workers?
Yes. It's residence for our worker. It's used by a family who serves the Grace Children's Home. It's also home for 3 adoptive youth who live in there, who are healing from the extensive trauma they've had. The field that's adjoining that to the south is a fairly large field. At times we had tried to mow it and put up some hay. That didn't work so well. But we have a community garden. There's a group that asked if they could plant a garden there. And so we allowed them to do that. We also paid for the irrigation so they could water their garden. But they are producing a beautiful garden there, and they are giving produce out free to people in need in the community.
Okay.
And there's also a young man who didn't have a place to keep bees. He's a senior in high school, and he asked if he could put a beehive there. So he went to our city council and got permission to have an exemption to put a beehive there. And he's doing an amazing job. So the bees are pollinating the garden, and he's thrilled. So, and all of that is come at no cost, no income to Grace. We simply provide that. Again, it's just an opportunity to build positive things in the lives of people.
So as you talk about this half house, is the other half on a different parcel?
It is.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's interesting. It's yeah. So yeah.
And what parcel number is that then?
That would be. 1597. 121597.
Okay. And is there more on this? It says lot 41, 3rd edition,
Oh.
City of Henderson.
Yeah, check, yeah, right, that goes with 5452, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So the house is split between 1597 and 5452.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there more to do with 1597?
There's another
Then-
house.
Okay, so there's
two houses.
1.5 houses on
Yes,
this part.
exactly, 1.5
Okay.
on 5452.
Okay.
So,
And talk about the whole house?
okay, the house is currently being used by a family who serves at Grace Children's Home. It also has a full video production studio, and you're more than welcome to look at the videos posted online, and we have a lot of content filmed that we haven't, but in the basement that we use for producing our content for navigatingtrauma.com.
And the house that's shared
Okay.
between parcels, is
Yes.
that is used for?
Okay, that's mostly a lot, an empty lot with half of that house on it. And that lot has typically just been used as we have mowed it and kept it clean, and that's about it. There's a swing set on there, the kids, on that property, on that 1597, the kids play on. I'm not gonna come here today and claim I should have an exemption because of that, but I mean, it's certainly connected to the property that is being used. It is, the swing set's there, it's being used, but you can make that determination.
But the house that's shared between parcels, is that a house per worker also?
Yes, it is.
That workers for Grace
Yes, it
live in
is.
that house too?
And they're not paying rent.
Okay, thank you.
And I would say we would make a lot more money if we would just pay their taxes and charge rent to people instead, truthfully. That's,
Okay.
I mean, but
Well, we're down to three of them, or four, I'm sorry, down to four of them. 97238,
238.
the regular track.
Okay, that is our equine facility.
Okay,
Yeah, that's the one that's used 500 times a year, but, that is at 1601 Walnut Street or some address close to that. All of those sessions are given free of charge. Never once have we charged a single penny for any equine therapy sessions.
Okay.
The going rate is generally between $150 and $200 per half hour. And I know right now that at least 11 of our children, I counted about 11 of the children that we serve, would drop out of the program immediately if they had to pay something. That's the type of people that we're serving mostly, are people who simply can't afford it. And I'm happy to show you pictures if you want to see that, but we have an amazing group of young people. These sessions that we do are helping kids who suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder, and I talked before about that.
do most of these children that take advantage of this program, are they from the area or
Yeah,
from
That's
Henderson?
an excellent question. We serve Clay. Right now, we're serving Clay, Merrick, York County. We have Hamilton County. We have 8 kids from Hamilton County coming over, and so yeah, and one from Omaha who comes down every week, and
Okay.
so. And it's continuing to grow immensely. We're borrowing another facility to help us out. We have an indoor facility that we can borrow and use at no cost, so we're blessed with that as well. So we keep them going. And we have one at 2 o'clock today, so.
Okay. Then 21-325, it says home is occupied by an employee.
Yes, yeah, he
21,
happens to be here right now with us. And it's used by a family that serves at Grace Children's Home. It's also being used to store equipment and records and supplies in the garage that's on that property as well. So.
Okay. 92864, it's west 120 foot of lot 16.
Okay, yeah, that was a lot that had a house on it apparently at one time that was torn down before I got there. There's a garage there, sitting there now, that we store furniture and supplies in, and I keep the stuff. Our houses when I came, were filled with furniture and a bunch of other stuff that we really didn't need, and so we've been giving that away to people, and we've given away washers and dryers and beds and mattresses and yeah.
Okay.
So that kind of stuff.
So there's a garage on that parcel.
There is a
used
garage
for
on that
storage
parcel.
of those.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And 884. North half lot of 28 and 40. Except
64 maybe.
Did I say it wrong?
2864.
So it's much. 20884 is what I got.
I have one like that.
Oh, that's the other parcel of that field that we were talking about that split into 2.
Okay.
That goes with 9256.
Okay, so there was 3 that's kind of tied together there then?
Well, no, it's just 2 parcels. There's a house that's split in half.
Right.
Okay, and that was 1597.
Oh, do we have 2? I'm sorry. I have 2 of those.
Yeah, there are two.
I got two of them.
On that notice that was sent out, he listed one parcel twice.
Okay, yeah. All right, so I caught that now,
It
thank
took
you.
me a while to figure that one out.
Yeah,
I'm
sorry to
still
confuse
missing
you.
one here, so.
Okay, so I've got, the last one then I've got is 20523. And that's the east 137
Yeah,
feet.
that property is also being used by a family, our program manager who serves at Grace Children, so.
Okay. There's a home, just one home on that
Just one
property.
home, thankfully.
How many volunteers or workers does Grace have again?
We have oodles of volunteers.
Okay,
which
I
is
mean, we got
really
quite a
good.
few homes
Yeah,
here
we could
that
use some
has.
more too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because we have one that does not live that lives, one of our employees lives on their own property, so.
Okay,
yeah.
not on the campus
Not
as
on
we
the
call it
campus,
or something like that. Okay, gentlemen, do you have any questions of Mark while he's sitting here in the seat? Kurt, do you have any?
Yeah, I do.
And if we're going back to a parcel, just give us the number.
Sure. On parcel ending 20590, the home is currently being occupied by an employee. You said you were talking employees and volunteers here. How many paid employees does Grace Children's Home have?
How many paid employees do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we have contract 6, 7. That would be including the 2 that are on contract.
So you have 5 on your payroll, 2 contract, and then volunteers, probably all sorts of volunteers.
Wow, we got lots of volunteers, yeah.
And this particular property is the one that you said you maintain.
So you live in this one. Do any families receive any services out of this home?
Do they? Yes.
What services are those?
Like counsel, working with parents who are struggling with behavioral issues in children. We have had 6 foster children living in that home. Have one post-adoptive support placement in our own home that we're working with. Yeah. That's the home that we had, we used to counsel families of foster children for reunification. Worked with a lot of foster families who having behavioral struggles with their kids and wanting to relinquish, including taking private placements of their children.
So other families will stay in this residence as well? Or they just receive services? They just receive services here? Okay.
Yeah.
How often do families receive services at this particular home?
How often? As needed, I guess I would say. I mean, I don't know. It's not a scheduled thing, it's when as needed.
How many, this is just an overall question, how many children or families are receiving services at this time?
Wow. At this residence?
Overall, from Grace
overall,
Children,
overall? I don't know, over 30. Easily. Yeah, we're talking about the families of children from applying therapy, and yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's multiple families being served.
How many children and families are actually staying at your facilities at this time?
How many children and families? I just went through every property and I said, everyone is living in every house, so how many would that be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Curtis, if you've got some questions for Mark or for their board, is this something that you can formulate some questions for them so they can give, I mean, I think he's going off of.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
So he can give us some accurate numbers. Would that help any? I mean, are we on a deadline?
No, we can act on these, you have to act on these by June 1st, so would you rather not act on these today?
Well, I mean, if you've got, to me, if you've got a bunch of questions for him to answer on numbers and different, why not allow him to get the accurate, numbers? Not saying he can't come up with it, but
Sure.
he could sure do that, and then we could do it. Or do you have any other?
No, if you'd rather me go that route and you'd rather just table or postpone action on these at this time, then
I think that'd be good if you have a bunch more questions of him. I mean, I
think that'd be fine.
some of the gist of what all the land's being used for right now. I know we have in front of us also the requirements. So then we could review those with the answers that you could get from them or the board. Does that sound, anybody have any other?
I think it's important to clarify that there seems to be an assertion here that the function of the land is related to the number of kids, quote unquote, that live in these. We serve and intersect families who are at risk, and that they may have children. Some of them have had their kids removed from their home and are looking to get their kids back in the home. So reunification, there's a lot of other, this isn't like, okay, we have a children's home and there's kids who either live here or don't live here. That's outside the mission of what we do. So I want to be really, really clear about that. We do place children in foster homes, and we have children we have state wards living in our homes.
You know what kind of, excuse me.
Go ahead.
You know what kind of a percentage of these kids are there by order of a court? They're placed there by a court through HHS or whatever? Or are they just?
Okay, yeah, right. So the number of children that are there by order of a court versus the number of children that we intersect is distinctively different. Yeah, you're right. There is, I would say 99% of our work is going back upstream to say, how do we keep this from happening? And it's hard to measure that. How do you measure?
I understand that, but when a court orders a child into custody, they pay a fee.
Oh, exactly.
And where does that fee go to?
Right, okay, the fee goes, truthfully, if you want to know it, I mean, foster agencies will receive anywhere from $20 a day up to $75 a day per child that's placed in their system. In the past 5 years, we've had 27 children from court-ordered placement in our homes. We have privately contracted with 2 others. And that was done at no cost. Okay, that was not a court ordered. It was a well, they were, I guess you could say it was, because the HHS was involved. Instead of taking a child out of your home, let's do this. And so they did. So yeah, that's there. We still do that. We still receive, but right now we have 1 child who is a court-ordered placement in one of our homes, living right there. We have 3, 4, 7 other children right now that are at a risk of being removed. That DHHS is involved in, and they are saying, let's try this to decrease those behaviors so we don't take those kids into placement. So.
Well, we dealt with Epworth Village here a couple of years ago, pretty much the same kind of thing, where they were most all of those kids out there were court ordered to be there, and they were receiving a pretty good sum of money to take care of these kids. And you said you were 501c3, you're a charity, so you have to keep track of what you do with that money.
Right.
And I heard you say several times that you have employees that are living in these houses, but it's not considered part of their salary. But they have to, if they file an income tax, they have to put down some kind of an income off of that. So how do you judge that? How do you figure that out?
Well, you know, yeah, I'm not an attorney, first of all, but
I'm not either.
Yeah, so thankfully, I mean, seriously, that's between them and the IRS. That's not, I mean, we have a house that we provide as part of their compensation.
It's part of their compensation, but you have to put a value to that compensation or they can't file it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. We have houses that, you know, our employees make very, very little money. And we have houses that we're able to allow them to live in, to accomplish them. It's a ministry. It is like a parsonage to a
Most churches, some churches have parsonages and some don't.
Right, exactly.
And the ones that don't have generally have to pay their ministers or parson, whatever, more money to cover living expenses. If they have a church-owned piece of property, it has a value.
Right, right.
So I think that as we look at the permissive requirements, it has to be owned by an educational, religious, charitable, or cemetery organization. Be used exclusively for education, religious, charitable, or cemetery purpose. Not be used for financial gain by either the owner or user. Not be used for sale of alcohol. Not be owned or used by an organization that discriminates. And that's really what I see as the 5-part test. And as long as if we pass those tests, then they should be okay, I assume. So that, if you, like I say, if you have more questions that he can answer, and then you can give us, you know, if you've changed any opinion on any parcel whatsoever, then we can do that. I assume you have more questions or
Yeah,
have some questions.
but
You can
if
formulate
you'd
and
rather, I
get
can
with them.
formulate those and send them.
I think that'd be best, that way he can accurately answer them.
Let me say, we paid $27,000, just under $30,000 a year in taxes in the state of Nebraska. Not all of our property is exempt. If it is not associated with what we do, we have no issue paying taxes. We have no problem rendering unto Caesar what is Caesar's, but we also would say we also render unto God what is God's. And we leave that in your hands to make that decision, so.
Okay.
I'd make a motion that we postpone action on these. Did we, was there one other one? Well, do you want parcel numbers? How do you want that motion to read, do you think?
On what other?
Well, did we act on the York University one? We're done with that
Yes.
one, okay. So, I would make a motion that we postpone, to a future date, the action on, Grace Children Home parcels.
Okay.
That were recommended for denial by the county assessor.
Exactly.
Okay.
Add that
You
verbiage
approve the other ones. So,
on the recommended denials.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Rhodes.
Yes.
Mott.
Yes.
Sykes.
Yes.
Bear.
Yes.
And Overmark.
Yes. Mark, thanks for your testimony today, and then we'll look forward to the answers, and then we'll render a decision at that point. Okay. Thank Kurt. Was there anything else? Hot seat.
Working on finishing up, sending in the abstract. Today's abstract day. You sent that into the state today, and which is setting values for the county, and then we'll send out the change evaluation notices June 1st. So.
We had an appointment with the Turk, and that results of that were?
That was dismissed by Turk because there was no representative from the board there.
Okay. And in the past, we have had people go to Turk and the board has not been there, so has something changed?
the board or the county attorney is also considered a rep of the board. So
Okay.
I was the only one on behalf of the county there.
Okay, so any further action that we ever do, we'll have to make sure that a member of this board and or the county attorney or somebody from the county attorney's office is there.
Right. Yep.
Okay, all right. Anything else?
Nope, that is it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, at this time, we will adjourn from Board of Equalization. We will rejoin the Board of Commissioners. Next up would be discuss and act on the Crime Commission JS grant. Tristan. Morning, Tristan.
Got a couple of things to give you guys. Okay. Tristan Perry, Diversion Coordinator for York County. Main reason coming up to speak to you guys is the JS grant, but before I jump into that, just wanted to inform everyone that we did get awarded from our first two grants, the CV grant and the EV grant. I just got notification of that on Friday. We got the full amount we were asking for with the CB, which was $64,079. And then we got some of our EV requested amount, which was $50,990. So a total of $115,069. So just got to do a couple things to accept that, and then we're good to go.
And was that an email that was issued by Aaron?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep,
All
that
right.
was just this
Thank
Friday, this last Friday. So,
Yes.
yep. So if there's no questions on that, the JS grant is due on the 27th, and so I wasn't really able to do any numbers or kind of calculate what was needed until we got the information on the other two, and so still just a draft. There's a couple things I want to change when it comes to some of the narratives, but the amount, which is on page 9, and there's one on page 11, but on page 9 kind of gives you the total that I'm kind of thinking for the application. And so with those other two grants, we are close to covering both my salary and Brennan Cole's salary, the attendance monitoring program supervisor. And so I would like to try and cover the rest of that with this grant, and then also see if we can enhance the program by possibly getting a new juvenile diversion officer. Just with picking up Polk County, and I think it would be more efficient and effective for the youth that come through if we could add another person. So,
And you're talking about another full-time person.
yes.
Okay. Because in this grant here, you're showing, on page 9, you're showing the 75,215. And in page 2, it has the 75,215, same number, but it's split out into two pieces.
Right, exactly. And so
Attendance monitoring program and juvenile diversion program.
right, and so the attendance monitoring program, that piece would cover the rest of Brennan Cole's salary and benefits, and then the juvenile diversion is that extra kind of seeing if we can cover the salary and benefits of a new juvenile diversion officer.
Okay.
So,
On the attendance monitoring program.
Yep.
Is that something that York County has always done, or is that something that the school has done?
so when Rochelle was working, it was part-time, I believe it was part-time for the county, and then I think kind of part-time for YPS, and she was doing truancy under these grants county-based. So yes, I believe since Candace was here, I think it's always been truancy is on the county level. I could be biting my tongue on that, but I think that's how it's
been ran.
Okay, is that something that is the county's responsibility, or is that the school's responsibility to do?
It is the school's responsibility statutorily to have an attendance monitor that, that investigates these habitual absenteeism and reports it to the county attorney after 20 days missed. And so that's when the county gets tied in, is when kids hit 20 days, it's supposed to be looked at, and if it needs to be filed on and taken to court, then it needs to be filed on. And so just as diversion, it is kind of seen as that preventative piece, trying not to get any court findings and get it to the county attorney's level, so.
Okay.
Yep.
So the school at this point in time has no financial responsibility to this grant or to any of you or Brandon?
Right. They supply the office that Brennan is in at the high school, and they let us use paper and stuff like that, but so far there hasn't been any financial contribution on their side.
Okay, all right. Gentlemen, any other, I mean, I got one, but.
So is this JS grant, is this something we've applied for before?
Yes, this last year, it paid for the full amount of Brennan's salary, and then the year before was the first year we got it with Rochelle. I think that was just kind of a mix of salary and stuff. So this would be the third year of applying for it, and I know there is a step down process. I haven't got a answer on if this would be our second year where it's 100% full funded, or it'd be our third year where it's a step down at, instead of 100%, I believe it's 80%. In their clauses, when it's talking about JS and the step down process, it says staying at the same funded amount. And so we went from like 20,000 the first year to about 60,000. So on my side of things, I think the step up should give us kind of a reset, but like I said, it is the Grant Commission's end decision, but they haven't told me exactly what that is.
And if there's nothing in this grant that we would have to hire another individual.
Nope. Okay. And so, yeah, I mean, even if we receive the award, we can always send in a grant change or application and just tell them what we are intending to use it for. So we could end up, if it's not the way we want to go and get a full-time person, then we could use it for program expenses and that sort of thing.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, so the way that it is worded currently, it's worded that it would fund a body.
Right. And so that's their first look at it, and if they think that is appropriate, then they would approve it. And then if we end up changing directions, we would just let them know, and they would usually approve it or deny it.
Mm-hmm.
We haven't had any denied, so usually they're okay with that side of things.
Sure. What is your reasoning for wanting another body?
So, like I kind of previously said, to be as efficient and effective with the youth that we're getting on the level, that we're getting referrals. Right now I have about 20 kids on my caseload, which with operating the grant, doing some of that administrative part of things, community collaboration, and then also having the meetings and case management, it does get to be a lot. I feel like by dividing and conquering, I could spend more time on those specific cases, get the attention that each youth needs to coordinate what services and that sort of thing. So free up just a little of my administrative time, being able to collaborate and either create services with other community organizations or learn about them and connect. So
You brought up Polk County.
Right.
I think, I'd have to go listen to the recording, but I'm pretty sure I asked when you took that on.
Right.
That you had the manpower to do that, and you
Right.
said yes.
Right,
And so so it's hard to now hear you come 3 months later and say, gotta have another employee. That's where I'm at. That's the struggle to hire another person.
Right.
After hearing that.
I believe back then I did mention that it would be more efficient if we could acquire someone else. I think, like I still believe now, and I believe that I stated the last time, is there's not gonna be a crazy influx of cases from the Polk County side. And so even just on York County side, if we were not acquiring those cases, that would still be the same thing. So making sure we have those effective hours to get those.
Right.
So, yeah.
And this would be also for juvenile services.
Correct.
For the juvenile side of things. I mean, it can't be transferred to anything else. It's gotta be done for juvenile services.
Yep.
Have your numbers been increasing, decreasing, or staying the same for the last 3 years?
For the last 3 years, there has been an increase. So I took over almost 2 years ago, back in June of 22. And so at that time, Rochelle had, her busiest year, there was 12 diversion clients. And on the truancy side of things, I believe it was around the 20. That was all year round. Last fiscal year, July to June, we had about 45 diversion and then about 50 to 55 truancy. So.
I need the answer to that question.
Yes. Yep, and so lots of. Yes. And so far this year, it seems to be staying consistent with the trend of last year, so.
Other questions? This is an application only. My concern with it is, if we're starting to pick up something the school is supposed to be doing statutorily, and there's no compensating back, I mean, we're all in this property tax struggle. And you know, we put something on, granted it's a grant, but we know this one's going away.
Right.
We know that. So I'm looking at it, and it's an application only, no new employees, and I think the school needs to help out, especially if they are statutorily have to do it. You know, I mean, there's no exemption there, we're just doing it.
Right.
And obviously it's for all school children throughout York County, so we're dealing with different school districts too, so I don't know how we handle that. So I personally don't have any problem with applying for it, but I want you to know that, you know, I mean, we've grown, and I know there's an adult diversion conversation coming up yet too, and, you know, all of a sudden we got a whole second floor full of diversion type stuff.
Right.
And we have to bear that in mind also, so.
Yeah. And like I've previously stated, I will do everything to collaborate with schools and community organizations to see if there are any agencies that we can, you know, sometimes they have mini grants, sometimes there's interlocal agreements that we can get down to. And so again, that the added man hours and letting me kind of free some administrative work hours for myself would, I think, just benefit putting all those together. So, but I appreciate, you know, being on board with us growing and applying for these. It really has been.
It is due again when?
The 27th. So.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, so we would entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
It's to apply for the grant, correct?
Just to apply for a grant.
I'll second it.
Okay. Then motion and seconded to apply for this grant. Any other discussion? Once again, for the record, this is an application only. There has been no decision on anything else? Okay, roll call please.
Sykes?
Yes.
Todd?
Yes.
Bear?
Yes.
Rhodes?
Yes.
And Overbaugh.
Yes, okay, thank you, Tristan.
Thank you.
We'll line up some time here in the very near future.
Definitely.
Thank you. Discuss and act on state weed report. This is a report that we did in, January. After we turn it in, then they want us to act on it again, I believe, or not act on it, but just review it again, right? Because we've already approved it, the report, Mitch.
Yes.
Go ahead, name and address, please, Mitch.
Miss Upsally, Superintendent Anderson. They just want you to go over it and have proof that you read it and understand it and sign on it to approve it again. That after they graded it, and I got no deficiencies on it. So they just want the chairman to act on it and approve it, basically, is what they want to do. So,
Any comments about it, Mitch?
just I
About the
got,
report itself?
pardon?
About the report or the results of the report?
No, well, just I got no deficiencies, which is what they want to see. I got basically 100% on it, so they just want you to approve it.
Okay. Any questions?
Requirements, so.
Any questions of Mitch while he's here? Is there a signature page then again?
Yes.
I missed that then at the end.
Yes.
It's on page 2.
Okay. All right. So then it basically need a motion to allow chairman to sign. I looked through it.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Roll call, please.
Sykes?
Yes.
Todd?
Yes.
Bear?
Yes.
Rhodes?
Yes.
And Overbaugh.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. I'll get that signed today
Okay.
sometime. Okay. As most everybody is here for the zoning, and as we've had a whole bunch of different things go on this morning, give us about 4 or 5 minutes to get our mind wrapped around zoning here for a minute, and we'll get going on that. So we'll take a short recess till just right around 11 o'clock.
I'm going to go.
Because it's going.
It's 10:30.
Who told you that? Did I
I
say that?
don't know.
There's a meeting between first on Corners, right? Or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
8:30 in the morning.
I really don't know.
That's all right.
I haven't found the agenda.
I think they start registering at 8 and it starts at 9 or something.
When we do it, so I'll just be on there.
Yep.
Did you want to go?
What?
You can actually say
This
no.
coming Thursday?
You can say no to all of them.
Somebody asked me.
Let's see, he was in the Navy. He was a policeman for 34 years. Then he became commissioner. I'd pretty much say Jack can do whatever the hell he wants. That's how I answer.
You know, I got because you weren't on the board. First man that got up here talked about the CO2, I brought up at that time, it was a matter of comment. I said, you know, these people come out here and want to get some subsidies. The federal government put this, and they're saying, well, you know, this is good because these guys are going to make.
Yeah, I'm pretty well known.
Bushel.
Yeah, he keeps us
you know,
pretty busy.
crops.
He has plenty of opinions
How
on
green
that.
CO2 is. I said, does it rise when it comes out of the smoke back out, or does it lay to the ground? Well, he didn't.
Well, I can tell you, it depends on how much moisture is in it, because sometimes that goes up, and sometimes it.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Put it on the wind.
How are you doing?
Oh, this is still not cooperating. It's not
You look like
cooperating.
you're so happy about that, too.
Oh.
You were like,
The,
when you
I mean, they just give me some
I don't know, say hope or whatever.
Yeah, well, that might take a
They
long
keep
time.
telling me, he says, open this up.
Well, sure, I can do that.
Anyway, they hooked me up to electricity, and she says, let me know when that gets too strong. And just about the time I was ready to say that, the hand goes like this. I goes, it can move.
But not when I want it.
Well, that's true.
Is it called a TINS? Did they tell you to buy one of those called a TINS?
No, it's, because I have one of those. and
I have
they
one.
said it works differently.
No.
So,
You turn up the volume on it, you
Yeah,
turn up the power, and it gets harder and harder.
yeah, I haven't tried that, because that's basically flowing current between 2 points.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions, and I'd like some direction from the board, so I don't know, can I talk to the board after the meeting, or do I have to come up during the meeting?
If you've got a question, I think you could just talk about it, if it's not something that needs action.
I don't think so, I was reading Glenn's letters some more, and the sentence above or before her price, it says per person. And so I don't know, if she's planning on using her survey company, 2-person crew to do all of the work. And so instead of $94, it's gonna be $189 an hour.
You might want to bring that up and ask Randy about that. There's no qualification he's making on that.
So, I mean, I know Stan said Glenn's done work for him, he was happy, so, but, like I said, I just would like some direction from the board about, you know, if they have want me to use all 3.
You don't have to use all. You can use all.
So, but anyway, I just wanna bring that question to the board or that point, so.
I would just ask Randy about it, but it needs to be clarified, because I think the way I took that is we're authorizing you to use all 3, but it's up to you. Yeah.
And I hope to get back to, I mean, there's, sure, there's still gonna be some stuff I can't do, but.
I did,
I
yeah.
know, I'm sorry.
I had some.
Yeah, I say that lightly, but the,
Yeah.
anyway, so.
Let's see what it's today, Tuesday. I'll reach
You can
out.
ask him, he's a big guy.
When I get back, I'll reach
I
out.
just had a question, and I guess I'd
Yeah.
like some clarification. I was reading Berlin's letter again.
Just wanted to do it. Let's say.
I'll do that today. Matter of fact, I'm gonna remind myself. Last week I had stuff happen and then it was like, then it was, last week was insane.
I've seen that too.
Yeah, I'll.
If there's
Because I know what she called and asked
You
about
bet.
her.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, basically said the other guy did.
You're gonna have to quit filling up my notebook or my mailbox with all of these.
They're just giving me lots of things, right?
Oh, I read it too. I think Daniel was the only one who was questioning if they want to raise the heat level up down there.
Okay, I guess that kind of.
Yeah, I don't think you can create enough heat on them to make it.
I grew up slinging hay, I'm pretty sure a hayfield is.
Yeah, somebody asked me on the phone if I ever worked on a farm. I said, well, I threw a bale of hay. I didn't want to do that every year, I tell you.
I learned real young. That was what I wanted.
And now they make them great big bales that weigh about 1,200 pounds. I can't lift that up.
I want to see somebody clean it.
Yeah, that's right. It's all automated.
Now I'm downstairs.
There you go.
Drinks.
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope so.
I bring them all the time, so yeah.
Schooners all the time.
I didn't feel grab a drink with me.
That's why I got candy.
Is everybody able to pull up are you able to pull up the zoning?
If I can find the right one thing, yeah.
I didn't send them anything for zoning.
Daniel did this morning, email.
I don't know. I have to go out of this and go into my.
You don't have to go out of it, just add on to it. Where's your email at, Jeff?
It's in the old meetings too. Which one had it in?
Where's your email
I'm trying to get you. Without going clear out of this.
So, this is, I mean, is it on like, just your email's up there? No, this is just the meeting site.
Yeah, I know.
And where's your email?
That's the government.
No. Well, I got him, Daniel's got, he did that this morning. No, I mean,
I think, in my opinion, will work a lot easier. You download it.
Okay.
Yeah, I shouldn't have done
Sorry. We have the Word 365. It's not just a 30-day.
Are you?
Oh, I can make it. That's good.
Leroy, did you get it figured out?
Yeah, I got it.
Perfect.
I didn't know he sent it this morning.
I didn't look at it.
8:27 a.m.
He's pretty tricky.
Standing in the other room? What? That's what mine says. I was like, you sent it way before that, didn't you?
No.
We just have slow computers.
No, that's what he said. We're supposed to be coming back in.
Okay.
Yeah. Daniel. You send it to him or not yet?
After, when we get this, whatever we vote on today, we'll get you a copy.
Okay, we're fired. I know we never
We
turned that
didn't,
down.
yeah, we're up there.
So,
Going.
we will
Oh, thank you for putting that in.
We will reconvene the Board of Commissioners. And at this point in time, we will take up the zoning regs for York County that we have dealt with the last two meetings. And talk about any changes of the proposed, any additions, any wordage that we want to do. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to have kind of a final draft, so to speak, that we can put out to the public so the public can see everything that we've been talking about. And then at that point in time, we will have a public hearing, and just basically the same way the zoning board went through it, and have those that are for or against the proposed zoning changes or additions be able to speak to it. And then after that, then the board will be able to take whatever action they want to do to adopt the measures for York County zoning. So that being said, as we look at what we talked about last time, is there anything that you guys individually want to draw attention to? Something that you don't like yet? Something that you want to add yet to this or take away from this? Has everybody had an opportunity to, I know the email was sent this morning, but the regs were out there the last couple weeks.
On your email.
I'm just looking to see what you changed before I say something.
The one, so,
And yeah, grab the page or whatever, so we know,
a couple points that, just general, Nate brought up, he had met some contacts, during the last couple weeks anyway. And one of the things that he mentioned was having a third party, zoning attorney or whatever, zoning, professional, do a glance over on what we've proposed to offer their wording and recommendations. I don't know that it necessarily needs to happen before we get it out to the public, but I don't know that that would be necessarily a bad thing to have somebody outside of our county review it. Just to, to make sure that the wording that we put in here is correct legal jargon, if you will, and worded the right way.
Okay.
And maybe we don't need that, but when we were talking about that, I was like, it might not be a bad idea. This is something that I had proposed
Did he
last
disappear?
time.
He did disappear.
He did.
Okay.
Left his notepad.
Okay. He's back. Hey, Nate.
Did you find, did it open for you?
I got this.
Yeah, there should be.
Nate, if you'd like, do you want to come up to the table? I mean, if there are any changes, it might be easier for you to write. There's no necessarily testimony going on now.
So this has the blue
Blue is the
is
new
what
things.
we discussed in the last couple meetings. As I read over what I had proposed, I want to make sure that our wording is correct. The very last sentence of that first paragraph that we added, further, renewable energy projects shall not exceed a total acre footprint of more than 1% of agriculturally taxed acres in York County. My intent with this is that whether it be 3 projects or 45 projects, all of those projects added together would not exceed that total footprint of 1%. And so reading this, is that the way it's coming across, or is it coming across as project A could only be 1% of the taxable acres, and then again, project B could also only be. My intent was not to limit how do I want to word that? That individual projects weren't limited, but the overall aggregate of renewable energy projects in York County would be capped at that 1%. Do you have any advice on that?
Currently, that number is 355,617 acres or ag taxable acres. That is the number that we're currently looking at. Yes, Daniel, I get where you're going. It's up for interpretation.
Right.
So we need to find the proper wordage to install in there that this is the extent
The
of
aggregate or however.
Right.
Question. Could we put a limit per place on that? So that no certain one was so big? Because I went and talked to him the other day and said, did they ever consider, no more than a section and a half is 960 acres on one substation? That's an example of how to keep the size of one down.
Sure, yep. Yep.
The answer is yes. That could be done. Through wording, through zoning. It absolutely could be done.
This is what happens when you only work on one thing for 7 weeks. Talk to people every week about the same thing.
Okay, so that's right off the gate there. You got any more on that first page?
Do we wanna talk about the proposed name changes to the classes?
It's listed there as, did you wanna change that?
Not necessarily, let's see what, so class 1 would be renamed to individual acreage.
Right.
Class 2 would be small solar energy conversion system. Class 3 would be small scale CSECS, and class 4 would be large scale CSECS. And so in a sense, large commercial solar energy conversion system.
I think that as we name them that, it would be my opinion. I mean, I'm fine with the dual, giving them, okay, class 1 is this, or you just wanna call them just small, individual acreage?
No, I think it should be class 1.
Individual acreage size, right?
Yes, correct,
Right.
definitely.
Dual definition.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So we're good there.
The class 3, I suppose, the only, and maybe this is nitpicky, is small the right word to use for commercial, or should be like I guess it's medium and or small and large?
Right.
Or not?
I got no problem with that one. Good on page 1?
I think you're fine.
Okay, page 2. And that just covers the large, class 4.
Right.
And 5 megawatt or larger, and we didn't have any changes on that. And then we get into definitions. Do we have something on that page 2?
Not necessarily. The only one, it was mentioned that T, transmission line, uses, so the definition of transmission line uses transmission line in the definition. The electrical power lines that are high voltage transmission lines carrying electricity over medium or long distances rather than direct interconnect and supply electricity to retail customers. I mean, I don't know. That's what they are, I guess.
Right. Say page 3, anybody? Under definitions? If not, we're on to page 4, which is where we start talking about the class 1, which would be the individual acreage ones. And, you know, the verbiage that was changed there is may be permitted as an accessory. Now, had we talked about those just being permitted by the zoning, these acreage ones?
Correct. That's the way it reads.
Zoning administrator in all these land uses.
Almost had to be added because all they have is ag and there's so many different types of land.
Right.
Had to be added.
So that just allows it to be approved by the zoning administrator in all of our zoned land. Any issues? As we go down, we got on page 5, we got the setback of, 75 feet. And that, there was no conversation around that before, there was nothing marked. And then, of course, the part that was struck was York County zoning administrator may require other testing and safeguards prior to approval as deemed necessary. And these are the individual acreage.
Right,
ones.
exactly. Should that stay in there? I mean, are there times when the zoning administrator might want, I don't know. I mean,
On the
if it
acreage
was a
ones, I don't
weird-
know.
okay.
I mean, I
Yeah.
can't imagine that happening on just those small individual
Yep.
acreage ones, that there needs to be extra testing or anything like that.
More than likely, I mean, if you're putting it on your own acreage next to your house or whatever, you're gonna have figured out whether or not it's a good place to put it. So, okay, that's fine.
And I'm not sure what other testing
Right,
they would
yeah.
want to do. And as we talk about all these, to change these again is just the board approval to change them.
Right.
So if
yep.
anybody comes up or some issues show up that undoubtedly we're gonna miss,
Yep.
then it can be adapted to correct that. Okay, so now the one piece here then would be, if there's a fee structure, what fee?
So, would that propose to remove entirely be, we throwing that out, or is that still?
That number
14.
14, the whole thing's thrown out?
Right.
That portion, so.
All of it,
Yep.
even what's not lying through, everything be.
Right, correct. So
Okay.
that,
All be eliminated.
correct.
Okay.
The requirement, or the
I think it's a good idea, get rid of it.
So now is there
So,
a fee structure?
right.
And this would be for the individual acreage. A fee of X amount to be paid to your county treasurer. And this would just be an application fee.
Correct.
Currently, Nate, when we ask for non-conditional use or anything like that, what application fees are charged at that point? Do you know? You think off the top of your head?
If it's agricultural use, there is no charge. If it's something like conditional, it's 25 typically. Rarely there's something for about 50, but that's very, very niche. I would say 25 is the general amount that people get charged currently for a permit.
And that's just to basically just do the paperwork is
Pretty
what
much.
it is. So I have no heartburn with that.
With putting that, yeah.
Just something to do the paperwork.
Correct, yep. I don't know, I mean, I guess on these, I don't care much. I would just say $25 in today's dollars isn't hardly anything. Is that, I mean, do we need to go look at our other fees and adjust those? Or, I mean, again, it don't really matter, it's something to help. Is $25 enough? I don't know.
Well, for what it's worth, that should be part of the comprehensive plan update as well, as just looking at fees. So that might change when we do that as well.
Sure.
So let's install 25 in that one for right now. And you got that noted?
Yep.
Not Q&A.
Could you speak up?
You can't hear?
No.
Okay, any of us?
I know some people back here from their faces can't hear either.
Okay, speak up if you would then.
Thank you.
Okay,
Pull the mic over.
all right.
We did that earlier.
Anything else on that? We have the proposed section 1505 change. Proposed edits would be have section 1505 class 2 systems be allowed by permit and not require a conditional use permit the same way a class 1 is permitted. This would ultimately require further changes to section 1505 as well as 1508 in the application. So this is for the class 2 up to 1 megawatt.
What do we call them? Medium? Small solar energy conversion systems.
Okay,
So the applications for anything class 2 or above, the above means what? Class 2 and class 1, or class 2 and class 3?
Well,
That
yeah,
would be
so
2, 3, and 4.
currently, class 2, 3, and 4 all go through the same, application process.
Okay.
So if we change the application process for class 2, then we just have to strike that class 2 out of section 1508.
And then the class 2 would be permitted, may be permitted by just the zoning administrator, not needing to go through the process, the conditional use process.
Correct.
And once again, that's 100 kilowatt up to 1 megawatt.
Do we know, I'm trying to think, what this, like the one at the landfill would fall into a class 3, I believe.
Right.
So it'd be smaller than that. Most likely these would be, to run a business.
It's kind of where I would anticipate this one being, yes.
One megawatt, what I have written down on my notes is up to 4 to 6 acres.
Okay.
So you wouldn't be talking about doing this on an acreage.
Right.
It would be more like you're saying, if somebody had some more, or ran a business or a rural business or a commercial business that was on our highway corridor or something like that.
Yeah, a feed mill or something like that, or.
Sure. So that is allowing that to happen without going through the conditional use permit.
Right.
Comments? Now they start having setbacks with this too.
Right, yep. And that, I guess that's why, that's where I'm struggling to decide, but I mean, if we are okay with the application and the setbacks, et cetera, for all class 2s, then it's probably all right to just go through a regular permit process.
So you're okay with that?
I think so.
Okay.
It
And
does.
I guess where I'm going with that is if we have some things here that we disagree on, we just need to be able to, take a quick vote to see which way we're pushing forward. So if we're okay with it, then we'll push it forward.
So
on page 7, we're okay.
Where are we at?
I thought it was on page 7.
6, I think.
Well, I was on page for the permitted, number 2.
Yes, okay. Our page is a little different, that's fine.
Okay.
So, yeah, so we
Are we
would.
one off then?
No, I was on
Page
page
wise.
7 also.
Okay,
Okay.
are we one off page wise?
I am,
With your count?
but
Okay.
I'll try and keep up.
All right, I'll slow down.
So we're looking at number 2 then. So we
Yes.
need that wording probably to mirror may be permitted as an accessory use.
Right. Same as 1. So that the zoning would be able to permit it.
Yeah.
If they met all the setbacks and everything.
So just to confirm, change class 2 to be permitted, ultimately change this later section that would remove class 2 from conditional use, just to confirm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So as we get there, we'll go.
Just want to make sure that's, all right. Can do.
Now, on page 8 or your 7, under E, and number 4, we have trees must be at least X level of maturity.
wasn't sure what to put, I just put X.
Okay, I see where you're going. Yes, so.
Did you have something else you want to
Nope, I
correct
just
on that
wanted
one?
to, I mean, we hadn't discussed the, setbacks on class 2, but I mean, the last time we talked about them, there hasn't been, so I think we just went by that page, so I was, okay.
Yeah, I don't think there was any questions on that.
Right, yep.
I'm, like I say, I'm on my page 7.
Yep.
And this is one here then too, we also need to clear up that visual screening aspect, where it says if the screen is required, the screen shall cover 100% of the surface area of the vertical plane extending along the property line adjacent to and an amount equal to or greater than the surface area of a dwelling. And I guess it would be are you with me there
Yeah,
on I
am.
or 1, I'm sorry, A1. And
Yes, okay, there it is.
that, to me, if we're doing screening, it
Yep.
should just be along, the property line.
Yep.
Not
And-
the percent of dwelling or anything like
Correct.
that, it should just be along the property
Yep.
line.
And, most of the time on these, there's probably not going to be much required for screening, because 70% of the time it's gonna be the same
Right.
owner. But I do agree that probably should, if it is required, it should match the other ones.
If the visual screening is for adjacent non-participating residential use, then it should just be along the property line rather than that there. So you got the corrections on that we would install. Everybody okay with that? Okay. Now, down to the trees must be at least X level at maturity.
So, I did go yesterday, drove by, had to be over on the east side of the state, so I came back through UTAN, and drove around the 3 different, areas that they have, solar panels, and so it's hard, I can't judge height real great, but they weren't seedlings, and they've probably been planted a year or 2. They had both evergreens and hardwood trees. So I guess my point is, I don't know that we need to necessarily be real nitpicky and prescriptive, but we need to say something so that they're not just NRD seedlings.
But this states at maturity. Trees must be at least X level of maturity.
When
So
planted,
they
I
got-
think,
okay.
I think right above that, it says each tree shall have a minimum mature height of 15 feet.
So when we are talking about what did they plant, for instance, over
Right,
there?
so I would say like the evergreens, were probably,
Did you think that the fence was 8 foot high, so the trees were about 3 to 4 foot high, Daniel?
could be, yeah,
I drove by it Sunday.
okay, yep.
Yeah,
That's what they look like, about
So
half
I
the height
tried,
of the
let's
fence.
see, where did I take, here we go. So the ones that I took a picture of, like the hardwoods maybe are 2 feet above the fence. The evergreens are maybe a foot below the fence.
right.
Would that,
That sounds about right.
And that's an equal fence, right?
Okay, so when we're
Yeah, so
talking
they're
about
about
trees
6
must be at
foot.
X level of maturity, then it's like we're wanting to come up with a percentage or something.
Right.
And should we just state that they need to be, planted trees must be, start out at 2 foot or, not at a percentage, but a destination there.
right,
Can I make a quick comment too?
Yeah.
A chance.
Absolutely.
That I just put in just almost a stopgap language because I heard from a couple commissioners concerns about what level of maturity the tree should be to start and just height. So that was just more a stopgap comment. It doesn't have to specifically say maturity. I just
Okay.
put that in because I heard from a couple commissioners, we want at least a certain X, whatever. So that was not necessarily intended to be the be all end all language. It was just to put something in there saying
I wonder if we even
something should
need,
be here for that.
wonder if we even need that, number 4.
The only reason, it was suggested is, I mean, if you planted
I know.
a seedling, and then the project's gone in 10 years, the requirement of the screening was moot.
So then maybe just wordage of seedlings are,
Not acceptable,
not acceptable.
something like that.
Yeah, because a lot of times, I mean, if you plant a 4-foot tree and a 2-foot tree, within so many years, a 2-foot tree actually catches up
Right,
to that 4-foot tree.
right,
You know,
yeah.
so,
yeah. So, yeah, I mean, and I'm fine with that, if we just,
seedlings are not acceptable.
I'm not an arborist, so I don't know the correct terminology, but yeah, something along the lines that it's a growing tree, not a seedling, and we could reach out to
Okay.
a landscape person, and I'm sure they have some wordage maybe.
Okay,
Or wouldn't it kind of depend upon what kind of a tree it is? Because some
Right.
trees grow very
Right,
fast, they're
yep.
very brittle, and they break off real easy, but
Yep.
their lifespan is only about 20 years.
Right, yep.
our page 9, now we've got some things struck out of here. Your planning commission and the York Board of Commissioners may require additional testing. Propose to remove this section entirely. And then a solar resource device struck out of here too. And once again, this is just still for class 2.
Yes.
So, do you want to leave it at that, or do you want to have the commissioners may require?
Right, so this is on class 2.
This is 2.
So,
Like you said.
there, I mean, that, we're kind of lumping class 2 and class 1 together. There's not going to be an the application for class 2 is not going to necessarily hit the desk of the commissioners. So, I mean, maybe that one needs to be completely removed as well. As we get into the others, I think we need to have
Yes.
further discussion on that, but for this one, it's probably all right to
Okay.
strike it.
Other opinion?
Are you talking about 13 and 14?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, that's pretty much gonna finish up 2. Then we're on to 3.
I do, now that
You got
we're
another
on
piece?
3, no,
Okay,
on class 3,
all
just
right.
the more that I sit here and think about it, I think that I would be more comfortable with calling class 3 a medium scale CS, ECS, because we've got individual, we've got small, then we have medium and large.
That's fine.
That would work.
Just word.
Yeah.
So that goes all the way back up page 1 then too, Nate,
Yes.
obviously. I know you're a smart man, you figure that out, but state the obvious.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're on to this one, and this would be considered or may be permitted by a conditional use permit. And once again, this is 1 to 5 megawatt. And as we discussed, you know, if it was 5 megawatt, it could be up to 25 to 30 acres piece. And this would probably be more for like a group of homes or,
Sure, right.
you know, something like that.
So, less is more, but I came up with more. But,
More.
wording here, I just,
Okay.
so it, you know, when I was reading this, considered for or may be permitted, possibly may be considered for. Is that too much wording? It may be considered for conditional use permit.
Okay, so we're gonna run this under a conditional use permit to be issued in these zonings.
Correct.
So it just may be.
May be permitted.
May be
Is that the way we wanna
permitted
do it? Okay.
under a conditional use permit.
Correct.
Is that
That's fine.
less is better?
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
Okay, now onto the setbacks. Now, when you're talking about this size, and once again, the maximum size of this would probably be in that 30 acres.
It says 40 above. It can be
No
up
more
to
than-
no more than
Yeah.
40.
I'm just going by 1 megawatt, 4 to 6 acres, so.
Right.
Even if we said it was 6 and 5, okay, so it could be 30 acres. And when we start talking about a 30 acre chunk and having 660 feet setbacks, 1/8 of a mile, do we feel like those are too big? When we're owning this piece of property that's gonna take 30, say we only had 80, and we need 30 for the solar, and then all of a sudden we gotta be back an 1/8 of a mile yet too. How are we going to maintain that? In that type of distance?
Right.
That's for non-participating. The participating is much smaller. So if the guy's gonna put it on his own property,
Right.
it's 75 feet from, on page 10, number 2 and 3, and what is it, 1, 2, 300 feet. It's much smaller for the guy that's participating, that's doing it.
Right.
That's the distance for a person across the road.
Right, but typically something like this, you're not gonna have, I mean, the assumption would be, what if you only had 80 acres? And could you fit it in, if you wanted to supply this, could you fit it in on that property, or is it prohibitive on that property? If you're talking 30 of those acres is gonna be under that, then all of a sudden you're 660, and as we heard before, as Dustin talked about it, you know, the 300 was eaten up so much and the 600 was eaten up so much. Now, is there room to do that with that type from a non-participating? I understand the participating, but it just seems like, because this isn't that large, you know, large scale.
Right.
Or do we think these are too much on that? I mean, it probably wouldn't be if you had a quarter to make it fit in on, but if you had a smaller piece of ground, I don't know that you could get that to fit on. And or if we start talking about our commercial corridors and our industrial corridors, which are only a half mile wide anyway, you know, when these start playing into those, do we restrict that too much? And yes, this is after I've read it a few times. You see the numbers, but then when you start doing the math, you wonder, can it even fit then on some of these places?
Right.
And yes, my idea would be half that distance, if you're wondering.
330 was on 1.
Right, so
Instead of 660.
right, so you're classifying these as similar to class 2
Yes, because this is gonna be similar, could be similar to what we're looking at out here at the landfill. Very much similar. And for the most part, unless you're told they're out there, you don't even know they're out there. You know, it's
The one at the-
yeah, it's sitting out there on, they already had the perimeter set up, you don't even know they're there.
Right. I do know from driving out around Utan, getting out, taking pictures, looking at kind of, there's a few places where it's about 660.
Okay.
There's a few places where it's about a quarter mile, and there's a few places where it's about a half mile. And when you're looking in a confined space, 660 feet doesn't seem like much. But if you get out in the wide open space, 660 feet is pretty close. So if we drop this down to 330, I don't know,
Which reference, you know, for reference point would be a city block.
Right.
Is what we're looking at, is a city block.
I'm not sure, the one I'm looking at right now, is Gage County is at a quarter mile for their medium-sized ones.
Somebody's yelling at me about the legislature.
Any other opinions? Jack, Stan, Leroy?
Leave it, 660, 1/8 of a mile.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with that. I get your concern and your questioning.
How long is the 80? Because they're doing 40 acres. May not be able to put it on there.
Would be
660.
You wouldn't.
Yeah, you couldn't put it on there. I think that's his point, is that you wouldn't be able to
exactly.
wouldn't be able to do it 660,
Mhm.
even an individual.
Right.
I wasn't thinking in the 80s, they only had 80 acres.
Mm-hmm.
I think in quarters too. I don't think in 80s, but if they had an 80.
Not everybody can afford a quarter. All right, one of those spots, and basically we'd be talking about, I would be talking about the 660 listed here.
And so there's 660 on.
Yes,
multiple-
non-participating,
Okay, so you're,
churches and public schools, cemeteries, state rec areas, and approved platted subdivisions.
and you're recommending,
Half
you
that.
think shrinking it on all of those
Yes,
lines?
yes. Do you wanna think about it some more, or do you wanna just vote?
Oh, you wanna come back to, we can circle back.
Let's just come
So-
back, we're not gonna circle back. I just don't like that word, sorry.
So class 3 setbacks.
Yep. Okay, structures, we're good on that. Did anybody else have any other comments here? If I'm going too fast, tell me. Okay, so if visual screening for adjacent residential uses, it shall be provided, we're striking that. Proposed paragraph, if the screen is required, the screen shall cover 100% of the surface area of the vertical plane extending along the property line. Basically what we talked about into the same wordage there.
Yes.
We're okay with that? And then back to the next page, then we're gonna,
Tree level.
yeah, at least we're gonna be looking at finding wordage, the right wordage, not at least of maturity.
Not seedlings.
So you got that on page 12 then also, Nate, that item 4 would be trees must be, and we'll come up with the right height. Or what we're gonna call it. Daniel's gonna talk to his arborist buddies. Anything else there? And then we're striking, that.
So now on number 13.
13, do we wanna leave the Board of
I think we should
Commissioner?
leave that the Board of Commissioners can require other testing safeguards to approve.
Okay. So did you get that, Nate? So on 13, we'll leave it as, we'll strike, basically striking the, giving the planning commission authority is what we'd be basically striking out the original. And then eliminating 14, solar measuring device. And that would be finishing up 20, up through 21, and then the next we will jump to is class 4.
What page?
Well, class 4 starts 13
Okay, I got it. Very bottom. Thank
and then on.
you. Yep.
Okay. Same wordage under number 2. Condition of use maybe. Okay.
Permitted or maybe.
All right. I think this is where it gets fun. Now, last time we wrote in from participating property line 75 feet.
Yes, and so, that, you're talking about, 2, correct?
B2.
So, the only question that I have, I agree with all of that. We've added from participating residential property, 75 feet from property line. So, there's nothing
Do you want it to say
about,
residential and non-residential
Well,
property?
yeah, that's where we don't have anything in there for, you know, a quarter
Right.
that they're participating. Where did I see? And so where I'm going with this is, you know, if you have a quarter and an 80 and both are signed up, neither one have a house, 2 different owners.
Couldn't be any setbacks then.
Right, so then, yeah, do we want I mean, if you did 75 this way and 75 this way, you got 150-foot swath in there that's not proved. I think that where we were going with this is if parcels change.
Right.
But the more I thought about that, if it's a if it's a not a dwelling property and both properties are signed up, do we really care if they cross the line?
In the event that the property changed hands, which you may or may not happen, would it be good to have that on a waiver? That way it was recorded
I
on the
see.
deed.
Right.
As that requirement was
Okay,
waived, and
I
that
see what you're
75
saying.
foot is, I mean, I think it'd probably be an easy waiver to do.
Right.
But a waiver, that way that would be recorded on that deed.
I get what you're
I
saying.
guess is kind of
Yep,
what I was thinking about.
right.
Yeah, it seems ridiculous that if you had 2,
Yep,
and then they had 150 feet, they couldn't utilize where they could
Right.
utilize that and leave the outside edges alone where it may affect
Correct.
somebody. Absolutely, but
Right.
what if, you know, sometimes what we're thinking about isn't what's happening right here and now.
yep,
What happens
right,
10, 15 years down the road type of a deal.
yep.
So,
Yep, so I get that, and I think that's fine if that's the way we wanna go. If the property is under contract, that contract would have to sell with that property. So I
Think
mean,
it'd be covered?
right, that's what I'm wondering.
Okay.
Thoughts, legal, side?
To be completely candid, I kind of lost you partway through
Okay,
there.
right. So
Just to
what
be fully
we're
honest.
kind of looking at, so let's say we have, it could be the same owner, it could be the two different owners, but it's, a quarter of ground and then an 80 right beside it. But it's deeded separate.
Sure.
Same or different owners, but it's deeded separate.
Sure.
Both are signed up. And so we're 5 years from now, the 80 gets sold.
Okay.
But this is an active project, and so there's panels across the whole piece. Where we're wondering is if we should create a setback that would then have a required, or a recorded waiver that would go with that sale.
Okay.
Or if the contract to have panels on the parcel is enough to.
My mind would go more toward two things. One, if there's already a contract on the parcel, it probably runs with the land and anybody owns it's gonna be stuck with that right there. I don't think there's a way we can then zone into the sale ourselves. Or two, if it's a conditional use and it's that particular, you can make that part of the conditional use at this particular spot as the project goes is X. I would go one of those two ways. I think my best guess is these contracts are probably gonna be running with the land anyway. So as long as that's there, that kind of covers a lot of that from where I'm sitting, if I'm understanding what you're asking.
So then if we leave it just the way it's worded here, it's just from residential, and we don't worry about the other then.
The only thing is, do we need to put in there from participating non-residential properties, no setback?
No
requirement?
setbacks. I'm fine with that. If he feels like it'd be good enough through the contract, I'm fine with that. Okay. So there'd be an additional number.
Right.
Okay. Gentlemen,
Thoughts?
right side, everybody okay over
How
there?
did that?
I don't think there's a setback needed, period.
He just wants to state it, that there would be no setback. Okay, so on further down. You know, the numbers were put in there at obviously, we've heard 2640. He does have the blue line through it, nothing's been decided yet. 660 feet from non-participating existing dwelling, from churches, public schools, from cemeteries, state recs, and from platted subdivisions. You know, obviously this one's gonna garner the most attention to this. You know, I'll stick with my opinion. The last time that the half mile is a long ways. We have landowners that are, even though they haven't been here in front of us, and the people have looked it up on the plat map, they're part of the community. They want their land involved in it, and some of those then it gives that acreage owner the right to say, that's too bad, you can't do that with your land. And feel for the acreage owners, but I feel for the people that own the land too. And that's where I think it should be. I know that I didn't go around Utan, but I've driven out there, you know, quite a bit. And, you know, there's a couple of them that, yeah, I absolutely feel for them, but I, you know, like I say, that those landowners, they're part of it too. You know, even though they haven't came here, taken the time to come here, they obviously signed up for it. So.
Right. The piece that I struggle with is, there's a reasonable expectation when you've moved to the country that you're going to see corn, soybeans, livestock. I mean, it's just, that's been the expectation for years. That might be changing. I mean, as the world changes and we know everything changes, but I use the analogy, if you move into town and you have a vacant lot beside you, there's a good reasonable expectation that someday there will be a house built beside you. Now, same with moving out into the country, there's a good reasonable expectation that you're gonna live in and amongst dusty roads, farm machinery, corn and soybeans, cattle, pigs, in and amongst and around you. And so if you were living in town and they wanted to build a nuclear plant in that square beside you, you might throw up a red flag, or a coal plant, or anything. Put a wind tower there. So my struggle is, how do we, those people that are out there that have an acreage, that are living in the country, how do we take that reasonable expectation away? And I think that that's where the zoning board went when they went with a half mile, in that buffer was a buffer that if you didn't, if your expectation when you moved out there was that you were going to live in a farming community with what traditional farming practices have been, that's what they were looking at with the half mile. I've sat in many different houses and I look out the window and I think, okay, so there's about 3 pivot spans, 660 feet. Go to the center point, about a quarter mile. You look off and you see the property line of the quarter at about a half mile. And when you're out in the country and in wide open spaces, 660 feet is really close. And so I don't know that I can move off of that half mile on dwellings. Some of those other ones, maybe look at changing, but the non-participating dwellings, I just don't feel that I could support 660 feet.
That's number 3, right?
No,
well,
not, it's B4. B4.
Yeah, non-participating
Right.
existing
That's what I
dwellings.
meant, sorry.
Reasonable expectations go so far.
Sure, yep.
Reality is, unless you own everything around you, you don't control everything around you, nor should you, unless it poses a big problem to you.
Mhm.
And if we go down the road of, I don't like the way it looks,
Mhm.
where does that road lead us to?
Sure.
And that's my problem here.
Yep.
I don't like the way it looks, or I don't think it's normal. We already know the people that have come back in, you mentioned something about dusty roads. People don't wanna see dusty roads in the country anymore either. We've used that. Well, the reasonable expectation is you should expect it. That doesn't mean they like it or wanna
Right.
see it, so. Like I say, if you don't own it all, I just have a problem with you controlling it all.
Sure.
And that's gonna happen in a couple areas here. It truly is. And that doesn't seem fair to all the landowners involved. I know that neither one of us is trying to find, that happy medium probably don't exist on this. Cause somebody's not gonna be happy and others are. And it's gonna be up to us to make that decision and live with the decision we make at that point in time. So, others on this?
Yeah, when I went to UTAN, the ones I did not like were the ones that were right up behind the house. Because that's just, they 75 feet from the road was, I think that was the far southeast side was pretty close to the road. So I did not like that, but the one that was in the middle of the section and took about 60 acres to 80 acres, it formed like a half circle in the middle of the section, 2 different quarters. So it's probably about between 60 and 80 acres out of each quarter, okay? They stuck it in the middle. Cemetery was over here, and there was a pivot on the other side of this fence, a 4-leg pivot that the guy was using. They were farming the ground right around. So they were farming that ground. And I don't know, I don't like them right behind the houses. That, where those people obviously bought 1.2 acres out there to get away from everybody. And then that farmer sold, I don't know what they did, but they let them put them right behind the house. We're talking 75. They went with the best, whatever it's called. And that's that is too close to me. I'm sure not for OPPD, it's not too close, but for me, it's too close.
Right.
So, but the one that was in the middle of the section, you couldn't have found that, and the way we saw them was, we couldn't see them from the highway. We had to wait till we turned and went the direction we were told to go south. So you can't see them a half a mile away to a mile away. It's, so, I 2 blocks. I'm stuck on that 660, and that doesn't mean that's what we're gonna do, because we still, when we get all done, all 5 of us have to vote. And some are gonna say yes, and some are gonna say no. We're guaranteed that. We already know that about each other. So, you know, so.
I'm willing to make a motion, see where it flies.
Other comments?
Yeah.
No comments on it. Okay, is this one then that we're gonna,
We will,
so there's 2 now we're gonna vote on?
be able to.
Okay. Do
You want us to marinate on that while
It
we?
don't matter to me. I
going?
mean, yeah, let's power. Okay, so we have our waivers that's been in here. And then we, on the next section then, we cleaned up on page 15, we cleaned up the screening, what's expected. And then the tree maturity, we'll clean that up. Are we seeing anything else? And then, but here we're gonna leave, to 16 where we have, we're gonna leave the York County Board of Commissioners may require testing safeguards, but strike 14. So that 13 is gonna be the same in 3 and 4, class 3 and 4. Okay, are we good so far?
So far.
Everybody else all right?
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so 22 and 23. These are in reference to confined and intense animal feeding use. Shall the same definition and section is defined in section 303 of this resolution. All classifications of CSECS shall maintain the same setbacks from parcel which is permitted for confined animal feeding use as listed in the table 50104. Now those confined and animal setbacks are used, they come up with animal units. So Nate, I know I was there too. I think the intent for this was to force the solar back as far as what the intense or animal feeding units are.
Pretty much, yeah.
But they're all gonna vary compared to animal units.
Yeah, depending on the animal units they have, I think the idea was.
Have or been assigned by, I assume they're controlled by us somewhat, but they're also controlled by the NDEQ also, or some other monitoring system.
I think the idea was, when you have a certain number of animal units, you have to be X far off a road or whatever. I think the idea was the same thing with solar, keep it that same distance from the animal unit as it needs to be from other stuff. That's how I interpreted what they meant from that section.
Okay.
Right.
I think where this is good, I mean, and maybe you were gonna touch on this, sorry to jump in there.
No, go ahead.
I think that if you had a confined animal feeding unit or an intensive animal feeding unit with no houses, it's just a feed lot, or a bird fowl lot, fowl confinement, whatever you say. You know, according to, obviously, these might change, but as they're wrote currently, where am I? So from non-participating property, it'd be 660 feet. Whereas a feedlot, if it had 100,000 head, I don't know what it is, 3/4 of a mile, or maybe even more than that.
10,000, it's more than that.
Yeah.
It's like 1 point.
And so I think that the zoning board's intent was if they can't build, if a large animal facility can't build within so many feet of housing, dwelling, etc.,
Excuse me.
because they didn't feel that solar could come right and build right next to.
And we know that the reason for the setbacks to confined animal are what they are.
Mm-hmm.
And these reasons wouldn't be quite the same.
Right.
There we go. So for instance, if you had, I think the largest one is 1,000 animal units. 10,000 is 3/4 of a mile. Class 4 confined animal feeding use, 10,000 and up is 3/4 of a mile. I think where I would like to see is the one concern I've heard about most of this is the heat, the possible heat. And we did get we've had some different opinions about what it is. And even in OPPD's information that they gave us, the ambient is back to 0 at 1,000. I believe is what that was it not? I mean, it was less than 1 at like 200 to 300 feet, but back to 0 at 1,000. Would we be comfortable saying in here that 1,000? Because at that point in time, then the heat should be a non-issue.
Right. That's a significant reduction.
But we're not comparing apples to apples
Right,
either.
sure.
So, yeah, everybody following what I'm saying there? You said no.
You're talking to Daniel over there.
Oh, I'm
not
sorry.
hearing everything.
All right, so in 22 and 23, it's set up that kind of in reverse action, that if there's a feedlot there or a confined animal, which we have others than just feedlot, we have pheasants, we have cattle, we have hogs and different things, that this would be in reverse action to the odor footprint. So they couldn't build within the same distance of what that confined animal is rated at. And so that would be there.
Okay, I got you now.
Okay, so not knowing what those are, the largest one is 3/4 of a mile. The largest setback looked like it was 3/4 mile for 10,000 heads. So at a smaller rate, it would be smaller. What I'm saying is that the information that we've got about the heat and dissipation of heat at 1,000 feet, according to the information that OPPD had handed us, and 1,000 feet, it's basically back to 0. That there is no heat. Within the confine of itself, it could be up to 7 degrees difference within it. And then 200 to 300 feet outside of it, it's actually drops down, according to their information, to 1 degree or roughly around 1 degree, and then 1,000 feet out, it would be 0. So I guess what I would be saying is that if heat is the big deal towards this, then that 1,000 should be okay, is what I'm saying. You didn't think we was gonna get out of here by noon today, did you?
Currently, so you're saying the largest is at 3/4 of mile?
Well, according to page 27 of our regs.
Okay, yep.
Yes. Well, Nate, an anaerobic and an aerobic. There is a difference there. So anaerobic is, you wanna look that up quick, what's the difference there? Is 1.375 and aerobic is 0.75. Ken, can I ask you a question? Will you answer it best of your knowledge?
Okay.
What are your feedlots classified at?
Capacity?
No, are they under the aerobic or anaerobic?
Well, that's really for, probably more the hog guys.
So that's the
Closed,
confined,
yeah.
and aerobic would be the confined?
Yes. Anaerobic would be just open drainage, sediment basin. Like any hog guys, anybody knows more about hogs than I do. So this really doesn't apply to feedlots, open feedlots per se.
You would be aerobic and
No, the other way around. Anaerobic,
you would be anaerobic.
yeah.
Okay,
Aerobic would be
all right.
a closed system like underneath the hog building, I would think.
Okay. So if you had 5,000 animal units, his would actually be 1.25 miles. $5,000 to $10,000 is what I'm looking at here. 2,500 to 5,000 would be 1 mile. Find any good explanation?
Not really.
So that's what it, so yes, it'd be hugely different, but now we're also talking about that if we had a feedlot between 2,500 and 5,000, they'd have to be a mile away. So there are concerns with that.
Question?
Thoughts?
Yep.
Where did you find that regulation at?
In the zone.
The one that's already there? Okay.
Yeah, it's online. I mean, it's under our tab online.
Does it have a page number, Randy?
27.
I think that, I mean, changing it to 1,000 seems, I think, I don't know, that to me is a pretty major change. Trying to think what, if there's a number in there in between 1,000 and a mile and a quarter. And I mean, I think the reason they used the wording that they did is because then it could fluctuate based on the sizing of the facility. And I don't know if that.
Well, once again, you know, that's based off an odor footprint.
Right.
And
correct.
Unless I'm missing something, I think the largest complaint was the heat.
Mm-hmm.
And if there is no heat after 1,000 feet, what is the complaint now?
Sure, right.
And so giving the benefit of the doubt that if we use 1,000 feet as it's back to zero, you know, which would be not quite a quarter mile.
Right.
Roughly, but not quite a quarter mile. How do we do that? I mean, what would be our reasoning to say, I understand what they
Sure,
did. I
right.
absolutely
Yep, yep,
understand
yep.
what they did. But I don't know that I agree with what they did. More time to think on that one?
Sure. So now we've got class
You got
3.
that written down too, Nate? Thank you.
4 setbacks. An animal. Setbacks.
Okay, page. We're getting to the end.
Section 1508.
Yes.
My page
Application
is-
requirements, page 17.
So I think all we have to do in that heading there is strike class 2. Because we've moved that process. So then D, a fee of X be paid. Is that a fee, do we come up with a fee per megawatt?
And this is above and beyond the fee of, or is this, The application
I think this
fee.
is the application fee.
okay?
I mean, that's where my mind's at right now.
Well, that is one that we can implement. I mean, rather than just pull a number out of the air.
Yep, I
I'd
know.
like to have, if somebody's gonna grab a number, I'd like to have a reasoning or a thought
Right.
process behind it. So that is something that we can, I don't think that's probably as much critical as the setbacks and everything else.
Correct.
The
Right.
backbreaker of this.
Sure.
I can't imagine that we would come out and say all of a sudden, well, now we want $100,000 a megawatt or something, you know,
Hey,
silly like that.
Hey, if we're gonna lose inheritance tax.
Yeah. So I think with that one, we can come up with a number that, that makes sense. As we go by that and onto the next page, you had the wordage added, and this would be page 19 for us, maybe 18 for you. The York surrounding counties as well as the state of Nebraska, you wanted to add that in under N1?
Yes, yeah, and that, I'm open to whatever, I mean, I think that's, so the way that it's typed in here, in York and surrounding counties, as well as state of Nebraska, I think if we're gonna do state of Nebraska, I think we can remove all the rest of that and just say, greater than 100 kilowatt in the state of Nebraska.
Right.
If we're gonna do
Makes
York
sense.
and the surrounding counties, then we can just strike state of Nebraska. And I'm throwing that out there. I don't know which we wanna go.
I think we're good with the state of Nebraska because we know that this is going into the system.
Right.
It's not necessarily just right there.
Staying here.
Right, so I think, and according to what we're being told, there's always gonna be that need.
Right.
You know, so that isn't that much, so I'm fine with that. State of Nebraska sound all right?
Yeah.
Okay? Okay, now 0. Escrow account shall be set up with applicant applies for conditional use permit for CSCS monetary amount filled. Applicant of York County shall be in the amount estimated the York County Board of Commissioners not to be less than 25 to cover all reasonable costs and expenses associated with a special zoning review and approval process, which can include but not limited to any reports or studies York County Planning Commission, York Board of Commissioners anticipates. So when we're doing this, when we're asking for this next escrow, how would that be separate from the application or fee?
And we need to reconcile those two together. So currently, the way that this is wrote, the escrow account would be set up, cover any attorneys, any independent studies that the board decides to do, hiring a consultant to go through the 200-page conditional use permit. And then at the end, whatever's left, I believe it says gets returned. And escrow accounts which are more than the actual cost shall be returned to the applicant within 90 days of the permitting process completion. So, yeah, so you can look at it two different ways. You can say that, well, a fee, an application fee is to cover those costs, not for York County to make money. And if you look at it that way, then a fee might not be, maybe we don't even need that line.
I wouldn't
and
think
we
so.
just have this escrow. If you look at the fee being, covering Nate's time and this escrow covering up and beyond and above that, then you could look at it in two different ways. One, yeah, I don't know how to think through that process. I mean, a fee for this type of application is not uncommon, as well as having a account set up to cover those non-ordinary business reviews. But you talk yourself into circles if the reasoning that we're having a fee on the smaller ones is to cover the paperwork, then this escrow account is essentially covering that. So,
Yes, I wouldn't think we would need both.
Right.
Personally.
Okay.
And when I see that, I know we're talking about a multi-million-dollar project, but when do we ever charge up front?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean, for this? When people want to come to town, if a business wants to come to town or into the county, or if Mycogen, not Mycogen, or by Utica, Bayer now, when they came in, and undoubtedly there had to have been all kinds of tests done and stuff like that. When did we require somebody to put money into an escrow, to do that? That seems to me like this is just another one of those pieces that is just a little bit to the extent. I'm not saying they shouldn't pay for what needs to be done, but it says not less than $25,000. So we haven't even said what it is, just that it ain't gonna be less than 25. So it seems like a fair amount of money to be just put into an escrow to do that.
Right.
I would almost like us to do the permit at so many, whatever we decide, $100 or whatever a megawatt, and then not have.
Well, okay, I get where you're going, and I'm okay with doing a fee and changing the wording on here that any, any fees, the reviews can be reimbursed, because it's not, I mean, the way that I understand it, if someone makes, if there's a company that comes forward and makes a application to York County, it is going to review everything that we're gonna require. Nate's not gonna have time. We're gonna have to hire somebody else. And so I don't want the county to be stuck with that bill.
I agree.
And so I think we need to make sure that we have a way to recoup that consultant's fee, et cetera, et cetera.
Right. Right. And that this would say, I guess where I'm coming from on this is, it seems like we get tagged in this county, in this town, in maybe other towns too, that we're hard to do business with.
Sure, okay.
And this sure reinforces that fact, that we're hard to do business with. And that I don't like that. You know, I mean, we shouldn't be hard to, we should be fair.
Sure, right.
And, and I think in the permit process, we could identify these things need to be done, and they will be paid for by, you know, by the applicant. And they expect those processes. Do we think that we should collect money up front and say, well, we'll give you back what we didn't spend?
Right.
Set up the fee.
Opinions?
I don't think we ought to make it difficult to come up with, to start with.
I just think we need to come up with an application process with a fee imposed for the application. And then this is what this is what we want to see in this application process. And then those expenses will be paid by applicant.
Applicant pay for all the expenses involved,
Right.
starting up with the permitted situation, something like that. So they'll have to pay for it, but we don't want $50,000 in advance.
Well, yeah, we're not even really saying what we want. We're saying we don't want less than 25, and we're gonna give it back when we're done. Is what we're saying there. But that one, like I say, that I have a heartache with that one.
Okay. I mean, it is definitely, I get where you're going, and as long as we have the right wording to make it.
It's hard to say what.
Right. I'm fine with changing that.
Okay.
This, I mean, from most of the, renewable energy regulations that I've read, this isn't a anomaly. There's some sort of way to recoup all of those fees. So as long as we have that worded the way that we want it, I mean, I'm fine with it not being an upfront escrow account.
Okay. Okay. Nate, you really gotta nail it on the application. All right, on to, that takes us down to P, required to fund an escrow account for investigation of complaints for, but not limited to, glare, stray voltage, noise, signal interference, with the amounts of funds to be set at the discretion of the York County Board of Commissioners. When the escrow account balance is below 10,000, the York County shall notify the applicant shall replenish within 45 days. The new wording was, if the escrow account is not replenished in 45 days notification, a fine of X will be assessed by the York County Board of Commissioners every 45 days until the account is replenished. Okay, once again on this one, we say it ain't gonna go below, but we don't say what it is. And this one here is one that I like the idea, but are we encouraging the complaints on this one? I mean, are we encouraging, they've got that fund set up, so let's make complaints against it, and then they're gonna deplete the fund, and then they're gonna go get some more money. I think we need to pick a dollar amount there, and maybe that 10,000 is it in that escrow account. And then, you know, after so long, that's given back. you know, I mean, it's returned, because after they're established and they're running, you know, what new complaint's gonna come in that we really need to do that for. So I wonder on that one, we go ahead and set it up for the first, you know, maybe 5 years, and then at that point in time, return the money, but do we know what that figure is? Feel free to stand up. I know those chairs aren't very comfortable back there. If you guys got to stand up, feel free to do so. We're, I think, going to power through here.
I get what you're saying.
Do we think 10's enough in there? 10's a lot of money.
Right, yep. So you're proposing, that an escrow account with a balance of 10,000 be set up? And then do you want something in there to replenish that if in the first 2 years it's gone?
I think you're fine that we ask for replenishment into that account up to a certain point where we say, okay, I mean, the project's been here for 5 years.
Right.
I mean, what new complaint? To
So
me,
maybe there's wording in there, if a period of X time, no complaints are filed, funds will be returned to applicant? Something like that?
Couldn't we just leave it at 10,000 and then as it goes along, they could say, well, this is ridiculous, and we can change your mind and say, knock it down after 5 years, like you're saying.
and return it.
Yeah,
I mean,
without having verbiage in there.
Verbiage in there?
I mean, it makes sense to me.
Right.
That if there's been no complaints for a long time, there's 10,000 over and over again, they come up to us and say, why do we have to have that 10,000 there? I think the board, in common sense, say, well, no, we don't, and return some of it. I don't know. And I don't think there has to be any verbiage.
Right.
But maybe.
It probably has to be stated at some point, Stan, that the applicant could request return.
There you go.
Maybe that's the way to do it, that after X years, or however one applicant can request, and then it could be, I mean, then it would be up to the board, and if there's been 75 complaints, the board can say, sorry, but we're keeping your money, and if there's been 0 complaints, the board would probably say, you know what?
The other thing, $10,000 isn't that much money for those big boys anyway.
Okay, so let's go with, what the wordage in there, and then the 10,000, and then the applicant may request
There you go.
return of escrow account. I say 5 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. We good? Keep going. The next place where I had any changes was on page 23. And that's York County Board of Commissioners shall determine whether a violation is occurred. If a violation is found, the applicant will correct the violation within 30 days. If the violation is not correct to the specific time, operation of the ECS will be ordered to cease until the violation is corrected, and a fine. Once again, we're putting a number in there that we didn't have.
Sorry.
Can I clarify something quick?
Sure.
When you say after 5 years, just the escrow account after 5 years from what? Application,
From
setup, or
operation.
For beginning of operation?
Yep.
Okay.
Good job, Nate.
Sorry, where are you at?
We are on the section noise, 1512. There was no
Okay,
other
we-
changes that I had up until
Yeah,
that point.
but we.
Did you have something?
Well, we don't have decommissioning, there was no verbiages that we changed, but the version I have
Okay,
doesn't match what we've been talking about, I don't think.
okay.
So decommissioning.
So this would be
because-
1511.
Yep.
Okay.
So right now, it's a cash escrow is required before permit. Shall be funded at a minimum of 20% increments until fully funded. So that'd be 5 years. Every 5 years, it's gotta be updated. Applicant shall continue to fund 3% of its value for the entire life of the project. Repeated 5-year reviews and updates. Did we talk about requiring something day one versus having it full,
Right.
by year 5? I did say at the last meeting that I did like the idea of the cash escrow in hand. We had talked about a bonding day one. I am fully on board with having a bond day one. If this board says that's fine and we stay that way, that's fine. One proposal I might make, a day one bond and then a slow gradual build of an actual cash escrow account, and then the bond could go away once that fund was funded. Again, I mean, it's 6 one way and half a dozen another. If you've got a bond that you're comfortable with, it's as good, it should be as good as cash. And so maybe, I mean, if this board wants to go that direction and just say, boom, day one, bond in hand for the full estimated account, and then assess every 5 years and adjust the bond at that point.
By a third party independent.
Correct, yep. I think it does say that in here, does it not? Cost estimate shall be prepared by an independent contractor party approved by the County Board of Commissioners, that's C.
That's in a different one, okay.
Mr. Chairman, I need to make a phone call. I'll be
Sure.
Right back.
All right, thanks, Dan. So what's your feelings, guys? Bonds, cash?
Bond.
Bond.
Bond be good.
Make it sufficiently high enough to cover your costs.
That would be determined by a third.
We started off this was having some out-of-county person check everything to see if we were going to do it right. That's part of that fee, wouldn't it be? Simple.
So, we probably need to come up with wording, and maybe Nate can do that. But just how we want that to read.
Okay.
But a day one bond, and
To
then.
cover cost of decommissioning.
Yep.
On
I went out to the.
approved project
Website, came back in.
to be determined by,
Now,
of course, C spells out, this would be an A, but C
Right.
spells out who?
Yep. Right,
Turned it
A
off
just
twice.
talks about the bond, and the amount, and the amount. So, do we, so this says that applicant shall continue to fund the escrow at 3% of its value. So do we wanna, the bond, so this was 20% increments to
Right.
fully, and then 3% beyond that. So do we want this to be estimate plus 3%?
The bond would have to be adjusted as talked about every 5 years to
Right.
whatever that fee would be.
Right. So just, let's say the decommissioning estimate is $1,000. Are we okay with $1,000 bond, or do we want a $1,300 bond?
I would say we go with the decommissioning number that third party comes up with to cover it. That would be mine.
Let's see.
Nate, you can get something written up to cover that, right?
Yep.
Stan, we talked about, as you stepped away, that a bond would be,
$1,000.
Well, I
No,
just
no.
figured that out.
a
But we're
bond to
talking-
cover decommissioning day one.
Okay.
The bond, not cash in hand, but a bond to cover decommissioning.
Sounds good.
I'm fine with the bond,
Okay,
but I'm wondering about the amount.
okay.
I mean, okay, maybe. I'm trying to decide if a 100% bond covers this for 5 years. You know, if we're only requiring it to be
Reviewed
every 5 years, and we're saying in today's dollars, it's gonna cost, X amount, and then on that 4th year, we've had 8% inflation for those 4 years, and we're now gonna review in 5, but we have to dip into this bond on year 4. Did we get ourselves in a pickle because we only required that 100% bond back 5 years ago? Am I overthinking it?
Maybe just a little bit. If we look at the bond as a 5-year bond, I would think the bond company and/or the third party would look at it, hey, we're bonding this from 1 to 5.
Okay.
And then the next time it's from 6 to 10.
Right.
And then the next time it's from 11 to 15. We're bonding it for these amount of years. They're probably, I would assume they're gonna build in natural,
Sure.
you know, growth in that, or what would be considered as cost.
Okay.
Yeah,
Alright.
so I think we can come up with some good writing. Nate's already starting to yawn there. I guess.
Bad timing.
We good? Okay, noise. So as we started there before on D, do we need to have that fine in there? If a violation is found and, you know, a fine to be assessed, don't put a dollar figure in there, just fine to be assessed
Percentage.
of,
We do that when you take a bond for somebody,
this would be a fine for like a violation though, a noise violation. So, do we have any idea? Or do we just put in there fine to be assessed?
Good enough. Yeah.
Leaves it a little bit open-ended, but we hope we never have any problems.
Correct. Yep.
And then the indemnification, we're okay with that? Nate, you came up with that, right?
Actually, I think Daniel came up with it, so
Way to go, Daniel.
I'd like to take credit, but I won't.
Okay. Believe it or not, that's the bottom.
Okay. I have,
Do you have more?
well, I just gotta throw something out there.
Okay.
In my reviewing last night, anyway, there was a set of regulations that came through that I was going over, I think it was over in Iowa. They required with their application, so when the company would come and provide their conditional use permit application. They just asked them to include a agriculture impact mitigation plan. Now, what that is, I don't know, but it was basically asking how this company was going to ensure that their operations did not negatively impact the agriculture production activities in and around their facility.
Okay.
I just thought I'd throw that out there to see if that was anything that this
So
board wanted to
that
think
would
about.
be a piece of what the application would look like.
Correct.
And that is something we need to work on yet.
Okay.
I don't know that that would be part
Okay.
of this, you know, the application, you know, I've got a copy of one here too, but let's, do you have anything else on any of the other
Right.
stuff? Because the application, I think we have to come up with
Okay.
yet. Oh, actually, probably all applications we have to come up with, this being the most critical one. All right. Remind me which page we started out on. We were on 3.
Non-participating setbacks.
On commercial, on 3. Right? So that was the first one that we were gonna talk about. All right, so on, I guess, on what would be page 10, no, page 11 that I have, the non-participating was in there at 660. Personally, 330.
And you're talking about all of them, correct?
Mhm. Yes, I am.
Non-participating existing dwelling, churches, cemeteries, state recs,
Yes.
and platted subdivisions.
Yes.
Page 10?
Page.
No,
Which bit?
Page 11.
Thank you. Got it.
This is,
This is for class 3, so medium commercial.
Up to 5 megawatt.
Batteries running low.
I'll put out the 330. I don't know that we need a motion in a second. We're just, whether they want to do it or not.
Oh, sorry, okay.
So Leroy?
I would say 330.
Jack?
230?
330. 330.
330?
Cutting that in half to 330.
Okay, 330.
Stan?
no, I want to leave it at 660.
Yeah, I don't think I'm ready to drop that down.
Okay.
I think 660 would be fine on those.
Well, three for 330. So we'll put it in at 330.
I don't know if there's been a motion or a second.
We're just putting forward
Yeah,
the numbers.
Okay.
So we're doing it on,
I mean,
just the majority to put forward the numbers. So we have something, and then we will, as Leroy said earlier, we'll get an opportunity to vote on it. So, next one was,
Page 14.
Page 14.
okay. And this is the half mile to eighth mile.
I think an 1/8 mile is way too small. I mean, even if we look at that information that you had referenced, the heat alone isn't ambient for 1,000 feet. So, I mean, you're at 660, you're putting a house within that. Your effect in my mind, looking at that document regarding the heat, and I believe it talks about noise in there as well. You go to 660 from a participating property, you're 400 feet within that ambient temperature, and
Of less than 1 degree.
right, yeah. I'm not on board with 660
Okay.
anyway.
Stan?
Well, earlier we said I was gonna make a motion, well, I'm willing to compromise a little bit, teeny bit. But I think I ought to stay at half a mile, all of them, except maybe the cemetery, we could go to 1/8 of a mile.
Okay. Daniel?
I would compromise on the cemetery.
Okay. So we're talking about everything now but the cemetery. Half mile on everything but the cemetery. And you're a half mile?
Yeah.
Okay. And,
Not with the cemetery.
and you're a half mile also?
No, I was 660.
Okay, and that's where I'm at, is 660. So
Half mile.
we'll push forward half mile, I guess.
Half mile.
So then cemeteries, separate,
Yes,
660?
Yep.
Daniel?
I can go with that.
Okay, 660. Next
I
one?
didn't get that page number, but there's setbacks for the animals.
That was 22 and 23. Piece 22 and 23 on page 17. Okay, on these,
page 17.
gentlemen, page 17 for the animal feeding. Confined and intensive animal feeding, 22 and 23. Good. I would reference the 1,000 that I had pointed out. This talks about the reverse of the odor footprint.
Whatever the distance has to be for the animals is what you have to go with, doesn't it? Because of the footprint.
In an odor footprint.
Yeah.
This is working it in reverse, what 22 and 23 state.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what are we feeling? Personally, I think it should be, like I say, the 1,000.
Oh, I see what you're doing. You were reducing it so they were outside the heat.
That heat. Completely outside the heat. The heat, according to the literature, drops to less than 1 at 300, but at 1,000 it says it's ambient. Gentlemen, you okay with 1,000?
Where's it at now?
It would be reverse of the odor footprint.
So anywhere from 3/4 of a mile to a
Depending
mile.
on, depending on the size of animal feeding.
I don't know how to think of that.
I know, that one bugs me.
I said 1,000.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't hear you say
Oh,
anything.
yeah.
I'm not okay with 1,000. I'm just wondering if there's, I don't know, what are you thinking?
I haven't been thinking about animal.
I know,
I
right?
don't know.
Well, I guess right now is, we've got 3 that say 1,000, so we'll push forward 1,000 on those. And once again, those are numbers that will go through the public hearing and everything else on. Did I miss one?
So the hearing will go with the 330 on that earlier
Yeah.
section.
Yes.
And a half mile on the
Half mile.
second section, except for the cemeteries,
Nope.
and 1,000 on this. And then after the hearing, then what happens?
Well,
Then we make
can
a
either
decision at
just
that point in
approve it,
time.
or deny it, or amend it.
But at least at this point in time, Stan, the public has what the board is putting forward.
Okay.
as numbers.
And we have we're done. I mean, we're 2 against 3, right?
Unless we wanna try and compromise and get them to change their mind.
Only on that one piece.
Right.
On this last piece we're talking
On
about.
that last piece, yeah. Whereas on, the other ones it was opposite of
Yeah,
that.
we already won those. I mean, we lost in one.
Right. So, yeah, so currently, I mean, for now, that's probably the way to move forward is just 1,000. I mean,
And
I'm not saying that I'm okay with a quarter, but a quarter mile sounds better than 1,000 feet. Everything else is in fractions of a mile, but I understand where you came up with the 1,000 feet, so.
No, that's where we're at, I guess. It's 3-2.
Okay. There was no other, did you get all that? Okay.
I tried.
Anything else?
No.
Well, we have our numbers that we're gonna put forward. Okay,
Okay.
gentlemen? Thanks for all your time on that. Okay, we are down to committee reports, and I did reserve the right to go into executive session, so do you want to do committee
Let's
reports
do.
quickly?
Might good to get off the hot seat.
Let's think about that for a minute.
I'll just dive in and go if that's all right.
Absolutely.
All right, so this week, actually last week, we met as the YCDC board, or exec board. There's some discussions around LB 840, and some discussion on rural workforce housing. We did make that offer or that commitment to match rural workforce housing funds. Unfortunately, we were not awarded that from the state. Lisa continues to work with communities outside the smaller communities in our county to utilize the funds that we do have to try and help bolster the housing in those areas. We did have a budget committee meeting, met with our auditor, talked about a few things there. I had a phone call with tall grass representatives. We heard about CO2 pipelines today, so they just were talking about their potential project here in York County. I attended the Highway 81 expansion open house, looking at what the state is proposing. And then also this week, last Friday, had the opportunity to attend a public assembly down in McCool schools, where the sheriff's department and the governor gave accommodation to Kinley Smith for her actions during that accident with McCool schools van carrying students. And so it was a very cool presentation to see that little community award her. And so our sheriff's department, the governor was there, and went very well. Lots of stuff coming up. A Central District meeting is this week. SEND board meeting is also this week. And next week there's a Green Plains and Shale collaboration. They're done with their innovation facility over there, so there's going to be a tour, so I will go tour that.
Okay.
Stan.
I met with with Region 5 and virtual meeting, and the big thing is they're gonna lose $15 million, and the governor's moving it from Region 5 to the Lincoln Region Center. And so there's big concern about that. And I don't know exactly how I feel about it, but they know how they want the money back somehow. And the other thing they do, they had a speaker on how to treat people that have addictions. We're going to change the way we talk about them. We're not going to say they're an alcoholic. We're going to say there's John Smith with a drug issue. And we're not going to call somebody that's, they're changing the verbiage. And basically, if somebody that's diabetic, they're not gonna call them a diabetic, they're gonna say John Smith has diabetes, change our verbiage. And then also, we're gonna make sure we get him in proper housing and set up with housing and food situation before we start treating the symptoms, so that they're in a good situation before we start treating the alcohol problem or the whatever problem they might have. And the other thing is they're going to distribute, can't think of the word now, Noreplan, it's an Epic pen for people that have heroin addiction. They'll have those things around. They're gonna make that available throughout everywhere, to the police department, schools, so that's another big plan they have. And to me, we should get rid of the heroin, that's number one, but it's not happening, so they're gonna have situations how they can deal with these problems. And that's a big thing. They're gonna distribute those pens. It's an Epic pen, but it's a different name. Narcan. And,
which we already have.
you already have?
The sheriff's department does, yes.
Okay.
They've used it successfully, unfortunately, too.
I got one.
You have one? Well, they're talking about more distribution then, I guess.
I'm sure they'll take it.
Okay. Because they're putting money towards that, a lot of
Okay.
money towards that. And what else? That was basically it. And they're gonna come, he'll be here next month or so to speak to us, or a month later, one of these months.
Oh, probably just budget type stuff, I
Well, just
assume.
catch up with.
Year end,
Yeah.
yeah, or year in advance, whatever.
So a bunch of other stuff like that, but that's basically it.
Okay.
Epic 5. And then I met with Barb this morning.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Leroy.
Yes, first thing, I went to, Nick's office one day, veterans, I'm on the veterans with Jack, but it wasn't an official meeting, but he actually helped somebody through Mr. Olson upstairs, our county attorney, get somebody away from here so he took them to the veterans home in Omaha, so they get some help instead of sitting in jail, which would do no good, so I thought that was a pretty good thing for him to do. And also, I met with Four Corners. It wasn't an official meeting, I just found out there's an official meeting on the 1st, but just went through all the people and all the programs they have. And Stan, you were talking about they're taking money away from Region 5. When you heard my phone ringing, she's going crazy because they want to take $2 million away from Four Corners and distribute it elsewhere. So they're looking at pulling a bunch of money back to Lincoln and not letting us use it. So pay attention to what they're taking back to Lincoln and not letting us have, because that's all I've been getting for texts for the last hour and a half. So, and I went to the NDOT meeting, and if anybody'd like to come help me plant trees so I don't have to look at the road every day. And they made the road wider. I don't know if anybody realized this, but in '86, it was only gonna be like 68 feet wide from side to side. Now it's 86 feet wide from side to side. So it's changes a lot of things, and now they don't know if they're gonna go on the east side or the west side. Well, everybody before it was the east side. Now they don't know, and they're gonna go through the towns instead of around the towns. Stromsburg, Osceola, Shelby. They're gonna go through the towns instead of around the towns like they did York. So those are the things I went to. That's it.
You know, the highway department's been talking about making that a 4-lane road since I was in high school.
I know.
It's just a few years
That's been
ago.
a few years, by the way.
Have you graduated yet?
No. Best 6 years of my life. Okay.
You? Jack? Got any other? I think he said he was done.
He's done.
Right, he was jabbering.
Well, we did talk to Nick, not an official meeting. That was just an interesting meeting. I had aging, we had a meeting, and this time we did have a quorum, but we're still short several people off of that board. We need to get, I know it's hard to get people to work on boards and then get raked over the coals, but we still need to get 3 people on that board if we're gonna have one. Other than that, we talked about, just things going on, the price of, meals, aggregate meals, Meals on Wheels have gone up, since we delivered them, was like $3.50. Now it's going up to $7.25 a day per person. So there's gonna be a lot of people that aren't gonna be able to afford that either, so. Like they say, money's getting scarce.
That's it? Okay, thanks, Jack. I won't repeat everything. Daniel and I did a lot of that stuff together. Handbook committee did meet, and we're continuing to meet every 2 weeks to try to get through the handbook. NACO is coming, so the courthouse will be a little bit shy, with people Thursday. But it'll be a good event out there we're hosting, and we will figure out a meeting date in the future. Once we get Nate and all the changes done, so we'll figure that out. I would assume hopefully sometime in April that we do that. Do you have anything? Nothing. You're just ready to get out of here. Okay, I do have one thing that we need to go in executive session for. It will not take very long, but there will be no action after we come out. We are at the end of our agenda, but I would entertain a motion to go into executive session at 1:10.
So moved.
Yeah, thank you.
Second.
Thank you. It's for the needless harm to an individual. So.
Anybody else gonna be in here with you?
No, just us.
Ott.
Yes.
Sykes?
Yes.
Rhodes?
Yes.
Bear?
Yes.
And
Yes. Shut down.